The good news is we're live. So for a little bit of historical context for our YouTube viewers, Happy Easter. Although I suppose it doesn't mean anything. If you just look in the upper right of the screen, you could see what the date is. Excuse me. So, welcome to Egypt. Let's do it. Yeah, Egypt time. So what do we got here? There's Samir. Remember him? Oh, here's Mac. Remember him? I remember him. Here's Lady Humps. Not sure what to make of her. And of course, everyone's best friend in the world, Bud, who's no longer sailing. Sorry, guys. And Adara, who is over here still. Told you we'd be meeting these guys again. Hello, Permeus Decoita, King Bubble, Mind Blast, Anthony. What's up? So I've never had these cutscenes bug on me. Hey, Arrow.
Hello.
Okay,
Have a good one.
Let me explain one thing I don't like about Oldm. It sounds like a really weird thing. Hi, Roaring. The thing I don't like about Oldm is it's not voice acted. Like, there's a little bit of it that's voice acted. But otherwise, it's not. Now, I'm sorry, Anthony. Hey, Lofus. Hello, Bender. So, well, you know, let's just play the cutscene, then I'll talk more about Oldm.
Hey there.
There are wonders just waiting to be discovered beyond this valley, and they'll be ours.
See you around.
The name of this quest is Easy Money. Whatever brought you, I'm glad you're here. My friends will never admit it, but we could really use a hand. The ancient region of Oldm has been exposed. Treasures beyond your wildest dreams, free for the taking. We just need a bit of an escort with the bandits and all. You'll accompany us, won't you? You're welcome to all the loot you can haul off.
See you later.
Sure. Let me just go hop on the camel here. No, no, silly Worgen. No one rides the lady. Hey, Darker. Hi, Shmadov. Well, okay. I guess I'll just go back here and hop into the wagon then. You know, I have a flying...
Ahoy!
Hi, bud. Welcome to Oldham, ladies and gentlemen. Population, Tol'vir, and references, and a surprisingly serious plot. But really, there's two plots running throughout Oldham. We'll be covering both of them, of course. Camera, are you gonna pan down? I knew I shouldn't have said anything. Looks like our camera's bugging out. I've seriously never had this happen. Oh, that's not true. I had one cutscene bug, but it was an awesome bug. It was like the best bug ever. This is not the best bug ever, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so, I can't even, like, redo that cutscene. Because of the nature of it. So, I'll go ahead and just summarize what happened really quick. We got ambushed right around here and kidnapped. Ta-da! It's not much, I know. So now we're in prison. In fact, some people may recognize this place because this is a 5-man. Hello, Shadow.
Good day to you.
Welcome back to the land of the living. Never, Lofus. Never. Other than the one I already have, of course. Ugh, smells like someone else was in this cell recently. Gross.
Safe travels.
Please don't break. Please don't break. Please don't break. Okay. It was her last lockpick, and it broke. Here comes the guard. Quick, take him out. Where's the guard? I don't see a guard. Oh, crap. Die! Well done. I was going to hop in, but it looked like you had things under control. The cat creature chained there looks like he wants to talk. Maybe he can help us, but be careful. Alright, so pro number 1, itchingness. Pro number 2, cleaning. Pro number 3, I have curly hair, so... okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the pros and the negatives. Hey, Spirit of Memory. Of Oldm in a nutshell, okay? Pros. Forgive me. Let's assume the answer is no, Shadow. Because I'm not sure what you're talking about. No, my female viewership will plummet. You know what? Whatever. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Oldm, damn it. Positive. The execution... the ideas here, in my opinion, are great. I like the referential humor. I'm sorry. I do. I like the presentation of Braun here. I like the development of his character. And of Indiana Jones's character. Or Harrison Jones's character. I do. I'm sorry. I know it's referential. I know that they just kind of mimic Indiana Jones. I know that they do the 999 scene. It made me laugh. What do you want from me? So I like that. I'm sorry. Second thing I like about Oldm, again, we're still in the positives here. There's 2 plot lines, like I said. One has to do with being over here and trying to start the Halls of Origination, and the other has to do with the history and the story and just the culture of the Tol'vir and the political intrigue going between the 3 factions of the Tol'vir and the way that the Wind Lords interact with that. Those are the 2 stories going throughout Oldm. And again, I like that. I like the political story. I like the intrigue of it. I like seeing the 3 tribes. I like the malleable nature of their culture. If you know what I mean by that, let me explain really briefly. Let's say that you're a member of a tribe, and you've been at war with Tribe B for forever. You hate Tribe B. But suddenly you decide you actually are totally okay with Tribe B. Like, you find that your tribe, Tribe A, is terrible. And so... per Tol'vir culture, you can actually go and just say, alright, I'm out, guys, and go shift your allegiance to Tribe B. There's no familial connection to the tribes amongst the Tol'vir. It's just whoever you choose, right? I'll explain that to King Bubble if you give me just a minute. So I like that. I like the architecture of this place a lot. I love the Egyptian aesthetic. I love the culture of the Tol'vir. I love seeing how the Wind Lords interact with it. I love a lot of things about Tol'vir. Or about Oldm, I should say. It also contains one of my favorite individual quests, not quest chains, that's different, but one of my favorite individual quests in the game, namely Gnomeregeddon. I'm sure some of you know the one I'm talking about. However, Oldm is a mess. Just like with Vashir and, to an extent, Hyjal, this place has dozens of phases to it. And it kind of shows, and the execution is... it's not on par. It does not have the usual Blizzard polish. This really feels like a zone that they were rushing when they were constructing it. I've been trying to think of the good way to explain this, and I've never really come up with the best way to put it, other than just by using the word polish. Because here's the way this works. If I was to play a game like Star Trek Online, hear me out, okay? Star Trek Online has great meat to it, in my opinion. The actual story content and some of the gameplay is really enjoyable, but it is incredibly unpolished. It actually feels like a free-to-play game, right? Regardless of whether it is or not, because it looks unprofessional or amateurish, basically, in the way it's presented, in the gameplay and the story and the sound design and the audio clips and the voice acting and the graphics. You know what I mean, right? It feels like a not fully completed product, okay? Wow, there are a lot of people doing Oldm today. Look at all this. Look at this. Seriously, here, die. Anyways, and that's not just a commentary on the fact that it's free to play, because I can name another MMO that had a similar feel to it. WildStar. I really hate to say that, but there are certain chunks of WildStar that really, really felt like it was a free-to-play game. Even though it felt like it had polish, it actually didn't. You know what I mean? So it's not just a free-to-play game that has that feel to it. But that is what Oldm feels like. Oldm feels like something that would be an STO. I like the core meat of it, but it is very badly executed. Like I said, I really feel it was very, very rushed. The near total lack of voice acting for the zone also kind of killed it. Granted, this is Cataclysm, so they were still just getting started with the whole having voice acting being a thing amongst questing. But there are so many cutscenes and so much dialogue in this zone. You'd think they would have sprung for voice acting for at least a chunk of it, or at least an arc of it, but they didn't. So, that kind of sucks. And of course, it can get a little buggy, apparently. I have to say that apparently because I have legitimately only seen this place bugged twice. Once, which you just saw, and the other we'll talk about when we get there. I will also say this as my final commentary on Oldm. As much as I do still enjoy this zone, it feels way less in terms of overall quality than the previous two zones we just did. Vashir and Hyjal are amazing. You know, among my favorite zones in the whole game. And they're really well done, and they're very highly polished, despite the bugs in Vashir. And yeah, I absolutely adore both of those zones. The atmosphere, the writing, the style, the quest, the design, the flow. Oldham was like, okay, quick, here. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, there's one other thing to mention. For those of you not aware, there's several writing teams at Blizzard, but when it comes to World of Warcraft quest design specifically, there are actually two groups of writers, and you can always tell the difference between the two. Hyjal and Vashir were both written by the same team, okay? Oldham was written by the other team, and it does kind of show. Now, the other team tends to do the more humorous, lighthearted, silly, referential kind of stuff. The former team tends to do the more serious, dark, oppressive, emotional kind of stuff. And the distinction in the writing style between the two is actually pretty huge. You can almost always point to a given quest and say, that was written by that team. But almost all of Oldham was written by the second team, and it'll show as we go through it. So enough of me yammering on. Why don't we just go ahead and talk about one other thing before we finish yammering on? Because King Bubble asked me a question. This is Oldham, as you can see. I'm free, bye guys, I can fly, bye. So this is Oldham, a sand-blasted wasteland of awesome pyramids, and the elemental plane of air. That's legitimately what that is over there. This whole area was completely cut off, you can see here. There was a barrier that prevented people from even noticing Oldham was here, let alone actually coming in. No Silithus could come in and tunnel in, no one could teleport in, no one could travel through the gateways. There's actually two gateways, one over here, which is shut because of Cataclysm, and one in here, which is where we actually came in. No one could get in here, no one could climb over the mountains, no one could take the ocean around and say, oh, there's something there, because it was a barrier that prevented you from even noticing it existed. This is also not the only time WoW, or I should say Warcraft, has used this kind of concept, because the entire reason Pandaria was able to stay hidden for 10,000 years is because of the fact that it was hidden from perception, not just physically hidden, if you understand the difference. So people could literally be staring right at Oldham and not really recognize that it's there. And Bronzebeard actually spent a very large amount of time of his career trying to get into Oldham, and he never actually succeeded at it. Funnily enough, I have actually used this exact same concept in my writing as well. In fact, one of the enchantments that was over the Lascelles was an enchantment that prevented people from recognizing that it existed. It's basically a massive form of illusion spell. Rather than actually making it appear as if it's not there, it directly affects you to deceive you into thinking it's not there. Hey Kashtar, hey Gnarlix. And I like that idea more than just like something that more than just a cloaking device, because the idea is like if you had a third person's perspective, if you had a camera there, it would be great, because you'd see this guy just staring at this island like, oh, nothing there. Like completely not recognizing that it's there, even though it is right there and his eyes can see it, because he's, you know. Anyways, so that's how Oldham remained off the map for so long. Everyone knew it existed, but nothing about it. In fact, for the longest time, people didn't really realize what this zone fully was. This also means the Tol'vir have been completely shut off from the world for a very long time, ever since that device was activated. And it was activated shortly after the Sundering, consequently. Okay, now I need to check something that that Shadow just messaged me, so I need to check something. Hang on a second. Give me just a moment, guys. Sorry. Because I think you know what he's talking about, but I want to like double check before I just. Shadow, I am seeing this much for you right now. As for the request, I believe I got that. Because I remember that. I have no voice for the Tol'vir.
Please, stranger, you must help me. I came here to investigate the arrival of a powerful ally to the Neferset, only to be betrayed by my closest allies and given up to the enemy. Go to the terrace above us to the east and find the information I failed to uncover. You'll need to hide from the Neferset. Perhaps you can hide behind one of the large plants on this platform to conceal your presence. Yes.
Apparently they're snake people. Excuse me, jailer. Alright. I need somewhere to hide. Yeah, well, sorry, I can't do the Neko voice, guys. So, that is Siamat. He is Lord of the South Wind. So I've mentioned before... Oh, wow, Castor. Well, I hope you've been enjoying it so far. I can't do cat puns, guys, sorry. Perfectly good prices. The element... We'll actually be talking about the element of fire's politics and the element of earth's politics when we get there. We've kind of already discussed the element of water's politics. Basically, the element of water's politics are very, very simple. Neptulon's in charge and everyone else is equal rank. It's an extremely linear organizational chart, and that fits Neptulon's style. Alakir here, the tactician, has a different setup. He has 4 lords, one generated to each of the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Those 4 lords vie for position and power amongst each other, but for the most part, their overall job is to oversee the actual function of the elemental plane of air and their operations. They are the closest equivalents to princes underneath him, not counting, of course, Thundaran, who we're not even going to talk about here. Well, it is worth noting there was an actual barrier on this place in addition to the illusion barrier, Shadow. So you couldn't even accidentally... Like, if you accidentally shipwrecked, you would shipwreck, like, right here, on the edge, and be unable or incapable of journeying to the shore. So you'd just be over here. And you'd probably drown. The end. Because Ahun so, okay, see, I just gave you how the politics of the elemental of water work, right? Neptulon, everyone else. Ahun was like, you know what? I want to be in charge. So he was like, I'm going to do my own thing with blackjack and hookers. That reference is just so relevant all the time. And he went over here and was working with the Twilight's Hammer, who I remind you Neptulon is not on good terms with, in order to usurp Neptulon. That's why we helped go after Ahun. Because he was a bad guy. Although Neptulon is also, I wouldn't call him our friend. Although it is worth noting that of the 4 lords, Neptulon is more on our side than the other 3 are, consistently. We have to really work, and I mean our side isn't not just the PC, but the good guys as a whole. We have to really work at it to convince Therazane to be on our side. But Neptulon has worked with us before now, and will work with us after now. But anyways. So, there's Siamat. But what's he doing here? Dramaticness. Another cutscene. You're the last of your tribe with any sense left. As a reward for giving us Prince Nadun, I grant you the gift that is your birthright and more. Your makers failed you. Your flawed race succumbed to the curse of flesh. Lord Deathwing's blessing makes you perfect once more. So, for those of you not aware, we've got a little bit of a political situation generating here. Basically, the Neferset, that's this particular tribe of Tol'vir, have agreed to join Deathwing and Al-Akir in exchange for removing the Curse of Flesh. So, that's their motivation. Now, I know what you're thinking. God, that sounds stupid. Let's help someone who's going to destroy the planet so we can be stone again. And you're right, that is stupid. Fortunately or unfortunately, they're not stupid, they're just arrogant. See, the Neferset actually believe that they will be fully capable of usurping Al-Akir and preventing the destruction of the world once they are stone again. In fact, they betray their allies the moment they get turned back into stone creatures. Fun, huh? Yeah, I always have a hard time to say Ahun every time. I'm not even sure 100% if that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I also don't care. Anyways, so yeah, that's the Neferset tribe. There are two other tribes we'll talk about a little bit more in a bit here. This gentleman is a member of the Ramkehen tribe. A Jinn! We must escape as soon as possible. This unholy alliance of the Neferset with the minions of Deathwing does not bode well for us. I am not sure what knuckle-headed plan your friend is concocting, but we're going to need a distraction if we stand a chance of escaping. I've got a flying mount. Okay? Can we just... I mean, I guess you're kind of big for it. Ah, whatever. Kavim was cruel enough before the Neferset signed up with Deathwing. His pleasure in deriving pain now borders on the insane. It is he who holds the key to your shackles. He is in the building next to us. Find him and take the key from him. Do not hesitate or show mercy. He will slit your throat and think nothing of it. Meanwhile, Bud here.
Hello.
I've got an idea. Trust me, it's a good one this time. Get some of those shiny armor pieces that cat people wear. This plan cannot fail. Trust me.
See you later.
Alright. Let's go do that then. I mean, I have faith in Bud's plan. So, confession time. I really find Egyptian architecture just fascinating. Sorry, guys. I know it's shameful. I know you will all hate me for all eternity for admitting that. But it's still true. I really, really like Egyptian architecture. And I admit that's one of the things I like about going through Oldham. Look at this place. Now, granted, this is one of their cities. In fact, this is the Neferset city of... something. Hang on. Oh, it's just the city of Tol'vir. Sure, whatever. I have never been to Egypt, no. Only in pictures. I suppose I should clarify by saying I enjoy ancient Egyptian architecture to make my statement 100% clear. Part of the thing, this is again the Blizzard Doodad team doing its amazing stuff. Look at this. Each one of these little bags placed individually on here, along with the dangles and the pipe and the hay and the things of fruit, metal bars, vases. This actually looks like a marketplace, and I love it. Someday I will visit all of the world. That's one of my own little bucket list goals, is to actually visit, you know, lots and lots of places. I'm not limiting it to just one place. There's a lot of places I'd love to visit. I know a few of our viewers who do that, Cashtar, who are, you know, leveling or playing whatever in the background while having the stream up. What? No, crocodiles? How can it be Egypt without crocodiles? Oh my goodness, there we go. I gotta be honest though, if I do go someplace, you know, outside of the States first, my first destination is Japan. Not just because I want to go, and I do, but because my entire, like, everyone I know who wants to travel also wants to go to Japan. So if I was ever to go and to head to some other location, it would have to be Japan so I could take everyone with me, you know? Alright, excuse me, giant mecha. Yes, I hear the Neferset calling to each other in the east. This might work. You're back. Do you have the key? Excellent. We'll make our way out of here soon enough. Alright, guys. Let's see what Bud's amazing plan is. And let's hope the cutscene doesn't bug out.
You need something? See you around.
Alright, let's do it. Everything is ready. Undo my chains and set your friend free. We must move quickly before the Neferset realize we're up to something. Free at last. Your reward will be substantial, friends. This is the most moronic, half-assed, ridiculous plan you've ever come up with, Bud. Come on. Come on. But I suppose it's the only plan we've got. What am I grabbing again? Your approach is unorthodox, and I suppose the smoke and the fires, all they'll see is your silhouette. Yes! Look at me! I'm a Minotaur! Shut your stupid face, Bud. Shut it! Yes! We are perfectly disguised. Nothing could go wrong with this plan. Oh god, we're definitely Tol'vir. Oh my god. It worked. Bud was right. Oh, welcome to Ramkehen, the other city in the area. There's actually 3, but you'll see why I say there's really only 2. Yeah. This is what I mean about Oldm kind of being a silly zone. It's one of the reasons I want to do Oldm today instead of Deepholm, especially given the holiday. This is just kind of a lighthearted break from the other zones. Which is funny, because you know what the stakes are here? I'll go ahead and tell you just in advance. The stakes are the destruction of the entire planet. I don't mean in a, like, oh no, the armies. No, I mean literally, we're trying to stop re-origination here. You remember Algalon? And how he was going to activate the re-origination device if he found that this world needed to be purged? That device is here. It's right over here. You see this Halls of Origination? Yeah. So this is kind of funny. Is it true that an outsider rescued Prince Nadun from the Neferset? We are truly in your debt, stranger. So I love this. You can get 200 gold or 1,000 rep. Obviously, I don't care about rep because I've already done that, so gold, please. Now that you've been suitably rewarded, I can speak with you frankly. You've done my kingdom a great favor, but you've also unbalanced a fragile peace process. I was pursuing my brother's release strictly through diplomatic means to avoid bloodshed. Now the enemy is sure to seek retaliation. Speak to Namak Tanath, Sun Priest, and yada yada yada. So let's go. Speak to my advisors. That mod is called Quest Reward. It's great for leveling alts and whatnot. That's why I made sure to have it for this run. But see, the point is, and I'm trying to think, there's a term for this kind of thing in writing, and I can't think of what it's called right now. The idea is, the stakes are actually higher, and yet, at the same time, they're more comical. So it's like, oh my god, the world's going to be destroyed. We got to go defeat them. Yeah. You know, presented in a more lighthearted tone, as opposed to the much more seriously presented stakes of, they're going to burn the world tree. Or, we're going to drown in nightmare and the Naga will control the seas. You know, that kind of a thing. As opposed to Oldm, which is literally the annihilation of the entire planet and everything on it. And... you know, this is the lighthearted zone. There is a term for that, and I just can't think of it right now. Hey, Hylisk. Welcome back. That was quick. I guess it's actually been several days now. Like a week, actually. Nevertheless, hi. Da, 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 da. I might be able to help with a Neferset after this. No. This was the work of common Wastewander bandits. It's rumored they're joined a more regimented group to the west. Hey, Necro. The seal of the Sun King serves as a defensive mechanism for Ram Kehen. When the barrier around Uldum fell, we saw Wastewander outsiders from Tanaris filter into our borders. They attacked this holy site on their way west and robbed it of the relics which provided it power. Now, Dragon Quest is a little bit different. Dragon Quest is nightmarish, horrible things happening while simultaneously being lighthearted. Ah, hey, hey. And then you're enslaved for the rest of your life. Whee. Actually, Lofus, give me a moment. I'll give you an answer to that question. So far, this is the 55th video of 55th local recording of Cataclysm. But yeah, the adventure-friendly world, that's kind of what Oldm is. As opposed to, you know, something darker. I don't know what else to say. That's something more serious, something more horrible. But of course, everyone hates this zone, and I can't even blame them for it. If you don't like referential humor, there's nothing humorous here. You know, it's all referential style humor. So if you don't like that, then you're not going to like it, and I get that. And as we already mentioned, this zone is much less polished than the other zones, the two we just went through. Part of that may be the fact that they're trying to tell two stories instead of one, which admittedly is kind of jarring. When every other zone so far... Necro, we've done everything up till this point in time, let's just put it that way. Now, if you mean, did I do the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor in vanilla, the answer is absolutely not. No. I mean, you could probably pay me enough to do that, but I'd rather you didn't. I also have to admit, this zone, excuse me, is very visually impressive to me. I really like the look of this place. A lot. They do a good job. They introduced this tech, actually pointed it out, in Storm Peaks, of the idea of the snow blasted winds kind of a thing. And we actually get to see that here to great effect. You'll notice virtually all of the dunes have some kind of wind blowing them further down into the rest of the dunes. And they actually did some work on how the dunes should be shaped based on the terrain and whatnot. So it actually looks like a natural desert. No. Silithus is the best questing zone ever. The best. Hi, Rosilia. What's up? Yeah, by the way, Lei Shen died here. I have been to several actual deserts in my life. I've been to Death Valley, even. Of course, I used to live in California. Southern California, even. So let's do a little bit of story time. The book, the Chronicles book, recently added to the story of Lei Shen quite a bit, which I loved, by the way. The fact that he was a more important lore figure was awesome, because he's always been an interesting character to me. This used to be a lush, verdant paradise. As you can see, it's still got the Nile thing going on. And I mean, literally, that's just straight out of the Nile irrigation system right there, going along the river. But this whole zone used to be this massive green foresty winterland of awesome. Fun fact, by the way, you can actually still see the original roads in some places that used to be here. Anyways, this place was completely sapped of life in order to kill Lei Shen. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. I got your relics. And here's your anti-venom. Wait, there's a bandit warlord? Our law demands that those behind this attack face proper retribution. The band of bandits ringleader is a man named Warlord Ishen. You'll find him at the west of the desert. Make sure his transgressions do not go unpunished. Well, if you insist. I'll go kill the crap out of him. Yeah, Silithus being virtually untouched was a little bit just... ugh. But what are you gonna do? Anyways, so Lei Shen, as I've already discussed, but again, I just want to reiterate the story for some people who didn't watch the Chronicles thing. Lei Shen had the perspective of Titan life matters more than other life. So Titan forged life matters more than fleshy, normal, biological life, right? So for him, any other Titan forge, like the Tol'vir or the Earthen or the Mechanomes or anything else, were more important creatures than, you know, the creatures that he was enslaving. Basically, Lei Shen's perspective, and the reason why he was so big into enslavement of the lesser races, is because in his mind they were literally servitor races. In his perspective, the only purpose for any non-Titan forged race to exist is to serve the Titan Forge, and therefore slavery is just the logical object there. Not even for the dehumanizing nature, it's just, you should serve us. There's no need for me to pay you, because you should serve us. You understand the perspective there? So when the Tol'vir were invited to visit him at his great palatial throne, they were invited as honored guests, because the Tol'vir were also Titan forged. Tol'vir are another of the races that were crafted by the Keepers in order to help serve and function the machinations of the Titans. Most notably, their primary job was functioning around the Halls of Origination, and a couple of other things in the area in order to keep them functioning. Tol'vir were actually created with combat in mind, more than most of the other races were, by the way. I just feel like pointing that out, because it helps to explain why they are a significant threat, even in small numbers, despite the relative isolation, because they were literally built to be battle machines. So Lei Shen invited the Tol'vir into his domain and said, "Come, honored guests, yes." Now the thing is, Lei Shen had the power of Ra Den and the knowledge of Aman'Thul in him. So his automatic assumption was that he was, to use the Titan term, the prime designate. He was the top of the tier for the Titan Forged. Now he still cared about Titan Forged. It's not like he was like, "You will bow before me." But it was his automatic assumption that the Tol'vir kingdom would become a part of his kingdom, because he was the prime designate. Just like Ra had been, Ra was the one in charge of the whole planet, and therefore Lei Shen should be in charge of the whole planet. It's just very logical the way he thinks, when you really get down to it. The Tol'vir said, "Piss off!" and went back home. Lei Shen let them go, because they're Titan Forged and, respect, but he warned them that he would actually go and conquer the Halls of Origination if he had to. So the Tol'vir didn't respond, and finally Lei Shen's like, "Fine. I'm going to go conquer the Hall of Origination." Now, you might think, why the hell Lei Shen wants a device that can destroy life on the entire planet? That's not actually why he wanted it. The Halls of Origination actually has another purpose other than wiping out all life on the planet. It's basically one of the, let's go ahead and call it atom manipulation devices that the Keepers made here. I think that's the best way to describe it. So it was his belief that he could firmly and permanently cure, like, everything of the Curse of Flesh and wipe out the old gods and generally do anything he ever needed to reshape the world utterly and completely and perfectly with the Halls of Origination. And he probably could have. So he came here with an army. The Zandalari came with him too, by the way. Yes, the Anubisoth were also Titan Forged. Of course, obviously Obsidian Destroyers were Titan Forged, because Obsidian Destroyers are Tol'vir, who have been enslaved. for anybody curious. If you don't know what those are, just don't worry about it. So Lei Shen came here with an army and with the Zandalari leadership, most of the upper echelons of the Zandalari at the time. And Lei Shen came with much of his retinue and pretty much his entire army, his elite forces. They came and they found like a dozen Tol'vir waiting for him. And Lei Shen's like, really? This is what you beat me with? I'm going to crush you like a bug. And Tol'vir said, yeah, about that. And activated the Hall of Origination. Now, they didn't destroy the entire planet. They were actually able to refocus it to only affect the local area. And all life died in the area. And that's why Oldm is now a desert. And that's actually what killed Lei Shen. The Tol'vir who set it off died too, by the way. Now, there are Tol'vir who lived through the experience. Obviously, they were basically in hiding, waiting for the bomb to be dropped. But, yeah. Oh, that also wiped out the entire Zandalari leadership. Fun fact, the Zandalari have never actually really recovered from that event. I mean, they have continued to exist as a power, even now. But they've never really returned to the height of Zandalari power since they lost their entire upper echelons of leadership from that moment. Yeah. So, that's why Oldm is this massive, plain, blasted desert. That's why the Tol'vir are still here and part of their 3 tribes. And, of course, that's why Lei Shen died. Whoops. There's a quest here. There's a reason I was hanging around right here. I killed the bandit warlord. Just for you guys. Trying to get in good with these guys. I mean, the Tol'vir, you know, they don't really like outsiders because they've never met them. Oh, you're probably wondering why the hell we can go to Oldm now. Give you a hint. It's called the Cataclysm. I don't just mean the expansion. I mean the Shattering. Actually disrupted the land here so severely that that illusion spell I mentioned went away. And the physical barriers between it and the other plane, because again, there were other barriers, not just the illusion, were also disrupted. So this place, this hallway, which is where we used to think we could get into Oldm, the Valley of the Watchers and all that, was actually completely caved in. But over here, this pathway is just wide open, banging in the wind, with no one defending it. Because the Tol'vir have literally never needed to defend that entryway. So they had no defenses prepared, and lots of people just came swarming in, most notably the bandit groups of what used to be the Tanaris bandit lords. And of course, a few archaeologist groups came in, we'll reach them later, and the player characters, which, you know, we're here now. The funny thing is, everyone came to Oldm to loot it, because everyone assumed Oldm had this great treasure in it. I've already told you what the great treasure is, though. The great treasure is the Hall of Origination. That's the jewel of Oldm. That's the one thing that they're protecting. Now, I'm not saying there isn't other treasures in this land, but that's the big one right there. That's what this land was defending. Shadow, to explain this very clearly, here's the planet. Deathwing wasn't in or on the planet. He was in another dimension. He smacked through that dimension into the planet so hard, it not just shattered the world on a physical level, it shattered it on a metaphysical level. That's why, if I were to fly up a little bit and point you in that direction, you see those towers over there? That's the elemental plane of air. That's another dimension which is seeping into and merging with this one. I know you missed it earlier, but as we discussed, this Sulfuron Pits area, this is the elemental plane of fire merging with the physical domain. If we're to go over to Vashir, the elemental plane of water is starting to merge in around here underneath the realm. And you're wondering, where's Earth? Earth's right here, but we'll get to that later, probably tomorrow. Actually, it totally did, Takoida. The Legion and the Old Gods have never had a touch on this place until the minions of Al-Akir came here, you know, just days or weeks prior to us getting here.
Good day to you.
Oh, we were lucky to escape death. Not sure I'd feel right if we didn't take care of the ambushers. How about you get back up to Karats too and give those little buggers what for?
Safe travels.
Yeah, sure. But first, let's speak to the royal envoy. The king wished to be informed about recent Neferset activity. No Neferset movement. But I just received word the city of Orsis is being hit by the largest sandstorm anyone's ever witnessed. Well, that sucks, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Deal with that in a minute. We got other things to think about right now. Yeah, isn't that great, Dakota? But yeah, as Necro points out, the Tol'vir and Mogu were actually journeyed down here by Ra in order to construct the Halls of Origination and the engine of, I forget what it was called, Nalaksha or whatever. Oh, I agree with that idea. It would also explain why the old gods are so interested in re-origination. Permius. Harrison Jones!
Can I help you?
Sorry, but I like his presence here. Make fun if you want. It's okay. I get it. But I like Harrison Jones being here. Good to see you, kid. Would have been even better if you'd been here to help me take care of these savages.
Have a good one.
Oh, what a find. Right here, exactly where my notes predicted it would be. With any luck, inside this chamber will lie clues to the location of the legendary Coffer of Promise. That's right, Zyla. It's not just a myth. I think it truly exists. I'll explain more later. For now, just give me a hand with these explosives.
See you later.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Explosives. Let me, what do we got here? Oh, here we go. Powder keg. Alright. Just gonna put this explosive... Oh, crap! Okay. We're right next to a bunch of explosives. There's only one thing to do. Get in the refrigerator! I'm telling you. References. Like I said, Oldm is weird because it is like non-stop cutscenes. Hey, Toby. Happy Easter.
What can I do for you?
Shake it off, kid. Happens to me the whole time.
Be careful.
This unfortunate pygmy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. As you ponder his bad luck, you take note of the symbols covering his shield, far too elaborate for pygmy scrawl. Confident that Dr. Jones will find such an object of interest, you decide to look into it. Alright, you ready for a super controversial opinion, guys? You ready for this? Here it comes, guys. You ready? You ready? I personally enjoy the fourth film more than the second. The etching around the surface of this object indicates that it's an ancient origins, yet no sign of wear can be detected. A hole on its edge full of splintered wood assures you it is meant to be mounted on a wooden pole of sorts. Ah, cool. Let's go find the rest of the staff, shall we? Also, I kind of agree with you, Murloc-Toes. Then again, I've been predicting an old god expansion since Kata, so who knows. No, my head! My precious head! That's where I keep all my lore. Oh, well, guys, no more lore runner. I'm just the runner now. Indiana Jones, Toby. Hyenas on their bus day are a nuisance. These foul specimens of a particularly nasty disposition, and riddled with all manner of disease, and are a blight on the face of dogdom. Do the world a favor. Rid the deserts of Oldm of this mangy menace. Yes, that's another quest we give ourselves. To clarify my controversial statement, I don't like Indiana Jones 2 at all. I actively dislike it. I refuse to rewatch it. So that's kind of pulling it technically. Is what I mean. But I thought I'd just hit you guys with the controversial thing real quick there. Yeah, I'm probably just going to give myself some money again. And yeah, our character really hates hyenas and eels. A unique group of things to hate, but you know, whatever. Damn it. You know, all I have to say about that, Gnarlex, is there's a movie that came out last week that is being heralded as the worst superhero movie ever made. I cannot possibly shake my head enough at that statement. What, Django? What do you want from me? Ah, there we go. Yeah, basically, Shadow. If people ask me to review, or ruminate, excuse me, on Indiana Jones 2, I'd say no. I'm referring to Batman v Superman. That is the movie I'm referring to. And this is not a joke. I have heard more than one reviewer call it the worst superhero movie ever made. Which, aside from being a gross exaggeration, is also, like, functionally wrong. I've seen much worse, because I've seen the original Captain America movie. You know, the one from the 80s. I've also seen the recent Fantastic Four. I've also seen the old Spider-Man movie. No, not the Amazing Spider-Man. No, not the one with Tobey Maguire. I also saw the original Hulk movie. I also saw Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, which in my opinion are literally... I have literally used Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 as a textbook example of bad writing. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and stand by my statement on that one. Yeah, people calling that the worst superhero movie of all time have not seen bad superhero movies. That's pretty much how I boil that one down. But yeah, I mentioned that in relation to the whole comment about, bringing us back on the topic here, about Indiana Jones 4 being the worst Indiana Jones movie. Now, if you think that, that's fine. You're totally allowed to. I'm with you. I think it received a little bit too much negative press because of the fact that that's the nature of our culture nowadays. The world is a better place because of your heroic deeds today. Guys, we didn't generate money for ourselves. Holy crap.
You need something?
What do you got there, friend? Well, these tablets are covered with Titan writings. There's never before seen information here. Missing pieces to an ancient puzzle. Good work.
See you around for the Alliance.
Yes, I can absolutely summarize the purpose of the Halls of Origination. I wish you'd shown up like 20 minutes ago, because we just did that. So forgive me for the repetition, guys. The Halls of Origination's purpose is twofold. One, to rearrange atoms pretty much infinitely, to turn anything into whatever. Also further known as reorigination. The second point of the Halls of Origination is to reduce all energy and matter in the entire planet down to its base components, and then restructure it so it can be turned into a new, empty, blank slate planet. So, the Etch-a-Sketch end of the world, as I like to think of it. As for the sub-button thing, I have applied for a partnership several times in the past, and never succeeded because Twitch keeps telling me I am worthless and stupid. That sounds like an exaggeration, but it kind of isn't. They've basically told me I am way, way too small time and simply do not meet their requirements for partnership. I did that once upon a time when I did like my Final Fantasy marathon, and it was pretty successful. You know, like 150 regular viewers. I did it when we hit the Dragon Age marathon. I did it when we hit the Mass Effect marathon. I did it at the point at which I was having 300 to 400 regular viewers. Still too small scale for them. So to be completely honest, I've kind of given up on the idea. We'll see if I ever revisit that in the future, but for the immediate future, I cannot picture Twitch ever giving me a partnership. So I kind of gave up on it. Moving on.
Greetings.
Got the tip. He puts on his spectacles. Let's have a look at this, shall we? This is remarkable work you've done, especially for someone who hasn't taken my courses. These tablets provide new information on several subjects. They indicate that these obelisks are part of an enormous ancient mechanism that once kept this whole region masked from the rest of the world. They also depict how to recharge the mechanism, which is where your shaft comes in. Get ready, Xylem. We've got history to make.
See you around.
But how? Oh.
Hey there.
Let's do it!
See you later.
Alright. Stay close. Stay alert now. There's no telling what we might find down there. Alright. Watch your step! So, fun fact. First time I ever did this quest, I just jumped in after him. If you don't understand why that's a bad idea, allow me to explain. I actually survived last time, too. Probably Toby. Not that they care. Well, the good news is we can mount in here. Here, look. See? You can mount up. Come on. Come on, I'm showing you how to do it. There you go.
What can I do for you?
Did you get a load of this place? Yeah, this place is kind of impressive looking. What a find, and it's remained untouched by plunderers. Listen, Xylem, I need you to document this site before we disturb anything. While I do, why don't you have a look around? You know, explore a bit. You've earned it. Oh, and please don't break anything.
For the Alliance.
Sure, sure. I won't break anything. Oh, hello. Classic Titan machinery. That's another thing I like about Oldum. I think the Titan machinery look works really well with the Egyptian look. I've seen high-tech Egyptian architecture before, and I just think it works well. Yep, whoop, hello. What's this? This unfortunate explorer has clearly suffered a bit of bad luck in the recent past. Prudence dictates you perform the unenviable task of searching the corpse for clues. He's called Schnotz, though. Who the heck is Schnotz? Oh, well. I'll take his journal and his spectacles, because I'm evil. Robbing the dead. Imagine if I found some eels down here, Shmadov. I found... So this is the... oh, crap. This is the guy's... journal. I found an incredible sight. The whole area pulsates with the hum of ancient architecture. If we're not too late in the day, I would investigate the chamber immediately. Sleep tonight will be a structure. Or a struggle. A most productive day indeed. The chamber is indeed of ancient origin and houses a magnificent mechanism, which seems to be in disrepair. I will investigate further tomorrow. This discovery will surely force Schnotz, whoever that is, to take notice of me. How could he deny me a promotion after this? It's taken me all day to wrestle the cipher from these hieroglyphs. Through the eyes of blue is starlight revealed. 10 shards, 1 rod, veil disappears. Forget Schnotz and his empty promises. If I can just unravel this mystery, its secrets will be mine. I've done it! Using sapphire from the chamber's adornments, I have fashioned a pair of goggles. With them, I'm able to see things previously hidden from view. With luck, my next entry will have me a newly rich man. And then he died. So I think we should put these goggles on. What do you guys think? No? Okay. Every adventurer worth their salt knows never to step foot in a cave, dungeon, crypt, or tomb without an ample supply of rope. You can never have too much of this stuff. You resolve to scrounge every scrap of what you can find from the skeletons here. I'm sorry, this lack of music's bothering me. Give me just a second, guys. Must get rope. Desert, 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 desert. Or I could go with the ruins. Ah! Now there's a specific song I want. There we go. Ah, it's so much better. How do you guys live without music in your lives? I actually can't put them on yet. I'll die in a minute, guys. Don't worry. First, I need to get some rope. Your exploration of the chamber has yielded more questions than answers. Well, yeah. What are you doing, Dakota? I do not listen to bands, no, Lofus. Sorry. Even if I did, I wouldn't play it because copy wrong. It's actually kind of convenient for me that I don't like listening to normal music. Because if I did, I'd be screwed. I can never play it on stream. For fear of copy wrong. Come on, he was right there. Who or what is Kate Perry? Katy Perry, excuse me. Yep. One more. Damn it. One more, come on. Oh, gotcha, Dakota. No, Nintendo's never given me issues. Blizzard's never given me issues either. Why not both? So you think, why shouldn't I play music and also get copy wronged? Well, that's a valid point. Thank God for 100% drop rates.
Can I help you?
Have some rope. Ah, rope. Thanks, kid. Something tells me I'm going to need this.
Be careful.
Any news, Zalom? Ah, it looks like someone used gemstones as lenses. I should be able to fix them without too much trouble. Hang on, we're on random. I forgot we were on random. Sorry. Let's go ahead and move on to... I am not. No, Narlex. There's some reasons for that, too. I'd just like to say called it on that one. Look at this, Xylem! He holds up the scout's goggles. I tightened the clamp in the middle and cramped the wires on the edges. They may not be the most comfortable, but they should hold together. If I've translated your tablets correctly, there's something hidden here. The final key to the puzzle.
Have a good one.
Vroom. Okay, we have the goggles on. Wow, there's, people here. Oh, forgive me, Django. I had no idea. Yeah, my theft is forbidden. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, if you daze me, you're dead. I like a wide variety of music too, Lofus. I just don't like music that tends to have lyrics in it. Genuine comment for a moment. I actually feel like music... For me, I should say. For me. Music with lyrics tends to remove the impact of a song. There are a few exceptions to that, but that list of exceptions is like 200 strong. Songs. Not people, not bands. Just songs. And yeah, in response to what Necro said, what Django said. They will, like all of my lore runs and stream stuff, be going live every day at 5 p.m. Yeah, I know, wouldn't this be funny for other people? What are you attacking? Nothing. Smash, smash. Shrug, Narlux. I suppose the only, Oh, yeah. By the way, this kind of explains why the guy was dead. Because he probably wasn't prepared for attacking the indentured servitors that we were fighting.
Greetings.
So, find anything interesting? Well, kid, looks like you did it again. This starlight's exactly what you're missing. Now we can get to work! Alright, let's see what this staff of yours has to show us. Hang on. Got it. Okay. So Harrison Jones just vanished forever. See you around, Toby. Ugh. Smash Bros. Rumination. Actually, I did an extensive Smash Bros. Lore run once of the Twilight Emissary. It was actually quite amusing because, unfortunately, I lost the video. But it was amusing because I was like, alright, I'm going to tell you guys the lore of Smash Brothers. And people looked at me weird, like, there's lore to Smash Brothers? Really? And lo and behold, there was lore. Hey, Thaler. Alright. There he is. He's back.
You need something?
That's it. The pieces we need are hidden in the statues. They look a little off balance as is. Maybe just a little nudge. I must say, your fieldwork is coming off nicely. If you applied yourself, you'd make a fine archaeologist one day.
See you around.
So what can I do to help? Stand back. Wouldn't want you getting hurt. Oh. This is so Indiana Jones, too. Oh, God! What I mean by that is he's just found some incredibly priceless artifact, and he's about to destroy it. Tell me that isn't Indiana Jones. Cower. Oh, hang on. No, I do not, Spirit of Memory. Why do you ask? I just have a mess of hair I haven't combed this morning, that's all. I was to say, I have a flying mount, dude. I literally need a flying mount to get in here. No? Okay, whatever. Do I have that song here that Shadow has just requested? I'm not even thanking you for the donation, Shadow. I refuse. What's the name of that song? Oh, there it is. There you go, buddy. So, now that we've destroyed the universe, as per our idiom...
Hey there.
Talk about bringing the house down. That's nothing, really. These statues are teetering. All I needed was a little push. How about you go sort through the rubble? I've got a feeling we're close to getting this all sorted out.
Have a good one.
I'll take that. That's true, Schmeidolf. That's true. He's just thinking about, you know, the sales. That's what he cares about as an archaeologist. Money. Because it's such a, you know, enriching field. I mean, if National Treasure taught me anything, it's the fact that looking for ancient artifacts is an incredibly enriching profession. I have this weird feeling Shadow's not here right now.
Greetings.
Find anything interesting? Fine work. Looks like our work here is nearly complete. Looks like all that's left to do is place the orbs on the pedestals at each corner of the mechanism. We seem to have stumbled upon what may be the most important find in modern history. Alright, go ahead. We'd never made this discovery without you.
For the
Yay, I get to
Alliance.
do it. I'm so amazing. Yay. I wanted to make a theme park when I was a kid because of Jurassic Park. No joke. I had it planned out and everything. Well, we seem to have reactivated something. Not sure what. I'm sure it's a good sign. We've activated Titan technology without knowing what it does. That's always a good sign.
What can I do for
Oh,
you?
would you look at that? That's too far to range, isn't it? Should be. Oh, there it is. It's right freaking there. As amazing as this is, I'm confident there's more to our discovery than meets the eye.
Have a good one.
There is, but we'll meet again. I'm going to research what we've learned here, Xylo. There's no telling how we might use the power these mechanisms create. Meet me in Ram Kehen, and I'll tell you what our next step should be. Okay? You want to... I mean, I've got a flying mount. It's got plenty of room. Okay, whatever. Alright, guys. Time for the best daily in the game. I'm not kidding. I used to do this daily just for fun. I do not have the most glamorous job in the world. I do not concern myself with matters of war or the deep mysteries of the halls of Uldum. I am in charge of these grounds, and these grounds grow dates. Now these little date-plucked mongrels have gotten gutsy enough to stand on each other's shoulders and steal my precious fruit. I will not stand by this. Take this mallet, crafted by the Titans, blessed by the Sun Kings and God knows what else, and smash the runts. I'm sorry, Eldrith. This mallet is beautifully crafted and heavily jeweled. You suspect it was intended for an activity more dignified than this one. Ahem. So why is this the best quest ever? Hang on, I'll make it clear. And that's why this is the best quest ever. Seriously, I used to do this quest every now and again just to cheer myself up. The king is sending a stranger to gather information for him. I suppose you must be that, what's the word? Worgen, yes, the Worgen that rescued Prince Nadun. At any rate, I haven't seen any signs of the Neferset scum this far north. Plenty of other nuisances to be dealt with, however. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. So you're already seeing the two plots and how they're kind of walking alongside each other. There's the political plot, and then there's the Indiana Jones plot. Orsis, of course. How could I not have seen this? Listen, Xylom. What struck Orsis was no natural storm. It was the minions of Alakir. I forgot my accent for this guy.
With the wind, the elemental lord of air is firmly allied with Deathwing, and it was only a matter of time before he and his subjects on my people. Orsis has been attacked as a warning to us. We must move quickly to offer our brethren what aid we can.
Alright, let's do it. We will save the Orsians. So like I said, there are 3 factions. The funny thing is they can be described best by role, rather than by, like I said, familial traditions. Because at any given point in time, any member of one of the tribes can shift allegiances to another member of the tribes. So we have the Neferset. Those are the militaristic-minded ones. Those are the ones who are primarily concerned with maintaining the defenses of the ancient artifacts of the Titans and defeating the wildlife. Then there's the Ram Kehen. These are more the crafters and the artisans of the group, people who build and make and design and all that fun stuff. And then, of course, there are the Orsians, or Orsinians. I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that. And they are concerned with trade and economy and food, and just kind of basically being the neutral ground in between the other two. So if you're missing it, the idea that the Neferset would attack, the Orsini is almost unthinkable. Now, of course, they didn't. The minions of Al-Akir did. But that's when we get into some kind of complicated situation, because the Neferset have willingly allied with the minions of Al-Akir, and yet at the same time they've done so in bad faith, because they intend to betray, and in fact, as of this point in time, have already betrayed the minions of Al-Akir. So it's a weird little political balance situation here. Like I said, this is the second plot. But
You need something?
if you're looking for Harrison, you just missed him. He's going on and on about his latest discovery, how everything was beginning to make sense. Whatever. It certainly wasn't making sense to me. I tried to convince him and stay here and enjoy a few desert sunsets with me, but there's no talking to him when he gets that gleam in his eye. Maybe you'd be willing to check in on him. Yeah, sure.
Have a good one.
Stop crushing. It's not cool. So why don't we do the political plot first? Because it's a little more interesting, if I'm being blunt. And it also should be done before the end of the world plot. Oh, sorry. I was taken over by a pygmy again for a second there. So you might be like, well, what could the minions of the air possibly do to a city? That. Yeah, they're in a desert. I applaud this, by the way, for being logical. The idea that the minions of air would literally attack a city, not with magic or with attack forces or infantry. They just blow the sand over it and bury the city in the desert. I really like the casual logic of that. It's very sense-making. Do you see what Deathwing's minions have done? Great Orsis is now all but buried in sand. Al-Akir has sent his minions to do Deathwing's bidding. The message is clear to us. Join them, or they destroy us. I don't know about you, but I do know this. If you prove yourself to be an enemy of the Al-Akirs, your aid will not go unnoticed. What say you? What say you? I will release you from... No, it cannot be. Orsis is all but buried beneath the desert sands. The enemy will pay for this. But first, we must aid my people. Quick! We do not have much time before the last of my brethren are buried alive. Prophet Hadassi is the wisest and eldest member of the Orsis tribe. He has not been accounted for, and his well-being is of vital importance. Okay, I will go save him. Yeah, but it would be harder to visually demonstrate either of those to Koida, and this way we have a chance of salvaging some of them. Also, this way is kind of horrifying if you think about it. If for those of you not aware, in real life, landslides are actually damn terrifying. So are avalanches, for the same reason. One of the most common things you'll ever hear a survivor talk about in regards to either is how surprisingly quick they move. In other words, you look up and there's a landslide and you're like, oh, okay, I've got time, and then it's over you. You know, that kind of a thing. I mention that because imagine if you're like, huh? And then there's this sand, which is just burying you. And imagine you have, like, only seconds to respond before you're completely covered in sand to the point where you can barely move. And then a few more seconds and you're completely buried in sand. And then you suffocate to death. Just picture it for a moment. Picture being buried in sand in a few seconds. That's what I picture here, because they caught these guys completely off guard and managed this in a very short period of time. So, yeah. Now, there are a few people who are not fully buried yet we can salvage. But, yeah, most of these people are dead. Oh, yeah, by the way, the people of Orsis flat out refused to join the forces of Alec here. I mean, of course they did, really. Who would willingly join Alec here? We want to destroy the world! Come join us! No. Like, you'd think everyone would say that, right? Come join us. We want to destroy the world. Huh? Like, that's your pitch? That's what you're trying to sell me on? Join us and you too get to die. Just like everyone else gets to die. Maybe they're like trying to sell people, if you join us, your death will be less unpleasant. I mean, yeah. Get up, get up, get up. Got him. Speaking of that doodad team, once again, I love what they've done with this area. At first glance, it looks like it's just, you know, swept dunes. But first of all, again, the style and shaping of these dunes as the sand has been blown through the city is really nicely done. And second of all, you can see the debris, bits and pieces of what have survived the sand slide, showing what used to be here. Very, very well done. Huge props. It is possible, given Alakir's predilection for honorable combat, that it wouldn't have even occurred to him to do that to Dakota. I'm not sure. Yes, but their reward is not watching the world burn. The reward is burning. Oh, what's this? Who sent you? I sent to rescue my people and fight our enemies. We're bound by oath to protect the scepter of Orsis. Listen, Death Knight, I don't have much time left. Find the sacred receptacle in the southern end of the city. Do not let it fall into their hands. I agree. This is a very, very well done desert. They really had learned, you know, they'd gotten better. Their experience in designing deserts shows here, in my opinion, of course. Yes, Deathwing's final reward was death, as we will see in the future. Though the chest is locked, there is a plaque bearing interesting hieroglyphs above it. The chest containing the scepter appears to be magically sealed and will not budge. The plaque above it depicts two giants holding a star and a moon. Aha! That's true. Guys, oh my god, guys, the One has decided to join Deathwing. That makes so much sense. He's going to purge the world for the light by joining Deathwing. Ooh. Yeah, look, I need your scepter. I need your buddy's scepter, too. I'll be right back. Sorry, don't have time to diplomatize. I roll diplomacy. Whap! I've actually done that once in D&D. Tabletop. Like, alright, I want to roll diplomacy, and while the GM was processing that, I rolled my initiative to do a... Or no, I rolled like a reflex check to get a sneak attack in on him. No, I'm afraid not, Spirit of Memory. You can, however, purge the world of the living, and the dead, and everyone else, but not the nobodies, they're fine. You wipe away the sand, if only for more to be covered in a new layer. You'd probably better hurry. The chest below unlocks with a loud click. You obtain the scepter. Yay! This is another area where a single-player RPG would probably get across this idea a little bit better. Because, the quests and the terrain kind of get across the impression, but we don't actually get to see, thanks to the limitations of the engine, the idea that this place is being covered in more sand as we're here. Like, in other words, as we get, we reach the chest, and the chest is, like, barely submerged. By the time we get back to it, the chest is barely visible. And we have to, like, scrape away the dust just to be able to insert the key, because the place is being buried in more and more sand as we sit here. You'll continue to be a valuable ally, Xylom. I thank you. Orsis was punished for not joining the forces of Deathwing. Prince Nadun has offered my people refuge in his city. I must go there and tend the survivors. You're back! So, this is what Al-Akir wanted all along. One of the civilian leaders was taken prisoner by their air elementals. They are torturing for information as we speak. Go to the Vortex Pinnacle. Yeah, we'll do that later. Hurry, Xylom, we must go to my brother, the king. He is bent on averting war with Al-Akir and the Neferset. He foolishly hopes a diplomatic solution exists to people who want to destroy the world. This is like negotiating with someone whose goal is to eat you. It's like, alright, how about I let you eat my arm? Is that a good compromise? No, there's no compromise here. Their goal is destroying the planet. You can't diplomatically work together with people whose goal is to destroy the planet. That's a good question, Narlix. I'm not sure. He probably would have at least tried. And yeah, that would be awesome, Necro. Yes, but again, their goal is the destruction of the world, Spirit of Memory. Do I need to say that again? This is just the beginning, Xylom. If Deathwing's minions can bury entire cities, we have little chance of defeating them through conventional means! There is no other landing zone! Oh, sorry. Yeah, so... perhaps we ought to give the enemy what they're after and spare our people the coming bloodshed. I urge you to reconsider, Pharaohess. Deathwing would use the scepter's power to unravel the secrets of Oldm and unleash great destruction. I must act to protect my people first. Our enemies buried Orsis in the desert. How do you fight against that sort of power? We fight to the death! We fight or we die! Our race was created to guard this land. We must not betray that legacy. Your words ring true, brother, but even a king cannot make this decision alone. I will put the issue to a high council vote. I defer to your wisdom, brother. Let us pray we are come to a quick decision. The enemy will not wait. This is what I meant, by the way. There's tons and tons of cutscenes. I wish they were voice acted. So... camera's just going to keep going here for a bit. Just... We're back, we're back. So, the High Priest's vote. The High Priest is the only one that is completely outside of our control. He will vote as the divinations tell him, and nothing we do will dissuade him. I figure that gives us even odds. The only problem we face is his clairvoyance has failed him since the barrier around Uldum fell. He will not cast a vote until he regains his power over divination. Take the stairs at either side of the dam and speak to him. The Vizier Tanotep is going against my brother's wishes. Getting the Vizier Tanotep to go against my brother's wishes is going to be extremely difficult. His very position is based on enforcing the will of Pharaohs. I've had little luck making the case for open war against the Neferset. Nevertheless, you must speak to him. Maybe he'll listen to an outsider's perspective. If we're to pass a resolution for war, the High Council's vote needs to be unanimous. I'm certain High Commander Kamses will give us his vote once he hears about what happened at Orsis. Speak to him and make sure that that's the case. I must make preparations if our plans fail. Good morning, Notherzem. I'm so very, very sorry. Soon you, too, will die. for the glory of the old gods, and the new gods, and the gross gods, and wait. You know what? Screw all that. You'll just die. No glory involved. I like their dams, by the way. That's what this is, by the way. This is a dam. Now, I also like this because the impression is that this is basically a force field. There's no glass there. It's just the water edge. It's kind of cool looking. War, you say. Divinations for war are always difficult. Some wars must never be fought, even if victory was assured. Some wars have to be waged, even if defeat is certain. Slaying the foul creatures that plague the river will not be enough. Right. Shortly after Uldum's protective barriers fell, the Virnal River became afflicted with a terrible corruption. Whether it was brought here maliciously or accidentally is not of great significance. Hello, call me. The result is the same. As the river becomes clouded, so too does our ability to peer into what the future holds for us. Look outside, Death Knight. The foul creatures were never meant to live in the pristine waters of our river. Those are areas I have not yet explored, Anthony. Alright, guys, it's time to go after the most foul creatures known to mankind. These things are so horrible, they've actually prevented this man from being able to divine the future. Yes, I'm referring to eels. You thought I was kidding, Invashir. Ah. Actually, Permeus, there is some evidence that they have been using some of the Titan devices to peer on the rest of the world. Like, their information exists about the outside world, but it's incomplete, if you know what I mean. So, periodically they're like, aha, you must be a blah blah blah, or whatever. Not, although it is an oversight, you are correct, but that is something they do mention in the lore. What the? There's a cave over here. A cave in a river? What will they come up with next? No, I'm not a dead knight. I am a knight of death. Well, I mean, I'm technically alive. It depends on how you define life. It's... Okay, so look. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Just don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Possibly Uldreth. Quite possible. We do know what Deathwing's ultimate reward was, of course. Because we literally see it at the end times. And it's disturbing as crap, at least to me. Like, every time I see that, I just pause for a moment to stare at it. Just like, oh my god. There's something just... Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. And all the rest of chat's like, what the hell is he talking about? Arish, you get disturbed by the weirdest things. Like people's eyes digging their way out of their brains. That's not disturbing. What do you mean, Shadow? Gonna need more to go on than just, hey, what do you think about space and time? That's true, Django. And that's why Warhammer 40k must be purged for the Emperor. Or just in general. There should be purging going on. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Okay, there we go. You know, here's a horrifying thought for you. What if Deathwing, upon him getting his reward, then his soul went on to the dark? So, he doesn't actually know peace. He, in fact, knows more torment than before. Because that sounds like the kind of thing Unzoth would do. The Tevinter? First we must purge! Oh, no genocide. Damn it. I'll have to think about that one. Ah, thank you, Xylom. This will make our prophetic visions much easier. Yes, yes, the source of the taint still lingers. I can feel it. We are right to be wary of the evil Neferset. I can already sense they're behind the forces that corrupt the river. Go underwater and find the cavern. Inside, you'll find the Neferset performing a foul ritual of corruption. A ritual called breeding eels. You sicken me. I'm a little off target. Ah! Am I off target? Where's the frickin' cave? Oh, there's the cave. Duh. I was off target. Yes, the Imperium of Man is already in favor of purging themselves. We too are unclean, therefore we must turn our blades upon ourselves. And then all life dies in the Warhammer. And the warp ceases to exist. The end. Alright. Hello, boys. I'm here to kill you. What's up? Stop breeding eels! No, no more eels! Gosh darn eels. You could try, Spirit. Oh, trust me, I'm with you on that, Uldrith. Even though he probably did go to eternal torment afterwards. Still. The waters of the river are nearly cleansed. Our prophetic visions will soon return. I might have dealt with the symptoms, but we've... Oh my god! Would you stop telling me to go kill more eels? This is ridiculous. So our first quest was kill eels. Our second quest was kill the ritualists who are causing eels to exist. Our third quest was kill the mother eel, who is also part of the corruption. So, like, is this just... Hang on, where's... There it is, that's right, that's way the hell up here. I remember that now. Wow, Takoida. That's crazy. Thank you, Kashtar. I believe the chat voted for us to use this mount on this character. Because I got a bunch I could use. Yes, yes, we have an eel ordeal. This is ridiculous. Well, I mean, I get the hatred of eels. Really, I do. I mean, I hate eels, too. We all hate eels. But, like, I like the idea that they're like, alright, so these horrible ritualists must die. But they've already introduced the mother eel, so you must go kill the mother eel while killing the eels. Congrats, Dakota. You know what you must do. Let's play an orc! And nothing but. Right? Right, okay. Making sure you're on the correct path, Dakota. Yeah, there's this massive elemental earth dragon just flying by, rubies jutting out of it. Or we could wipe them all out, Shadow. And, hear me out, we could wipe out all the mosquitoes, too. Yes, the waters are clearing up. I am certain I'll be visited by a vision before the High Council meets. Be warned, Worgen. My vote will only be swayed by what I see. You might have helped us greatly today, but my visions sway me to make a case against war, and that is the way my vote will be cast. Great, great. I'm glad we went so far out of our way to help you, you jackass. Stupid. Oh, I know, Uldrith. That's absolutely terrifying. Anyways, how does a Lich King nobody work? Very easily, actually. You'd be surprised how easy it is to be both undead and a nobody at the same time. One might even say the two are fairly similar to each other. No need to fill me in on the events of Orsis, Xylem. I've heard about him already. And about you. Any enemy of Alakir is a friend of mine. Yay, politics. They say a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. I subscribe to that theory and expand upon it. Rather than removing the weak link, one must strengthen it. The other links will step up their performance out of fear that they will become the weakest link. In my army's case, our weak link has a name. Salhet. You'll find him training at the bottom of those stairs. Start him off with something easy. Though we have a sizable army, but I'm afraid the coming showdown with the Neferset will demand all our able-bodied Tol'vir of the Ramkehen and the Orsis join in the fight. I want you to be at the forefront of our recruiting efforts. Go across the river and recruit the laborers who work there. I have no idea why that would be true, Spirit. You'll notice we're slightly ill-prepared for battle. The Tol'vir tribes have never seen any sort of major confrontation for thousands of years. Not since Lei Shen, actually, and even that didn't count. All the combat protocols the Titans programmed into our ancestors are still there. Some are part of our instincts, some get passed on as tradition. But none of this can compensate for lack of supplies. We need weapons. We need armor. The best armor is lined with the skin of the crocolisks. Oh, I could do that. Well, we'll find out in a minute, won't we, Shadow? Excuse me. You there! You're the most pathetic soldier in the entire military. Man, it's a great honor to hear about you. I've heard so much about you. High Commander Kamses has a special mission for me? Wait, don't tell me. It's hyenas again, right? Very well, I'll do my best. Meet with me at the ridge. I won't disappoint you. Hyenas again, huh? Methinks the weakest link is actually the commander. Hear me out. You've heard my talk about noobs many times, I'm sure. But for those of you who haven't, my philosophy is very simple. A noob is something to be treasured, something to be nurtured and grown and taken care of so that that noob can become a not noob, so that they can grow and learn to be a good player or a good sports person or a good whatever, whatever it is you're a noob at, mechanics or art or history or science or video games or whatever, right? That's always been my perspective. So if you are the commander of a soldier in your army who is a noob, and your response to that soldier is to force him to go do the same meaningless, pointless, driveled task over and over, hoping that he will someday get better, you are a bad commander, because you are not nurturing that noob. You are throwing him into the grinder, expecting him to get better on his own. You need to take care of that guy. You don't just give him some meaningless, mindless, driveled, padding task of stupid, and hope against hope that he figures it out for himself. So, just my take on that. I like these farmlands, by the way. They just look cool. They're well done. Believe it or not, no, I'm not, Spirit of Memory. Arch Warhammer, really? I just raised my eyebrow at you, Django. Oh, Archammer. Okay, Archammer, got it. Farewell, Nothrazim. Enjoy the holocron. So as I mentioned, Tol'vir in general were built to be battle machines. It's funny because they had kind of the opposite problem of what so many of the Titanforged did. Most of the Titanforged were designed to be workers. And so when they had to fend for themselves, they were already well in a position to do that. They already knew about concepts like work and things like that. And also, I love these aqueducts, or not aqueducts, irrigation. I love these things. It's just great. I know I already said that, but it's just awesome. The Tol'vir were designed to fight, and that's it. Their job was killing. So they had to work from basically no knowledge of culture and society and art and growing and food and medicine in order to suddenly deal with all of these problems of everyday society. I mention that because it's an interesting parallel to Egypt, ancient Egypt, where they had to build their culture out of effectively nothing. Yeah, I know, trade hub and all that. But the point is, the innovation of the ancient Egyptians was almost, at least I believe, and some other historians I've talked to believe, it came down to their lack of resources, to the lack of availability. They had to innovate because it was their only option. With me? So, similar concept here is what I'm trying to say. You know what would be kind of cool? I'm sorry, this is really off topic. Of a video game. I probably shouldn't even say this out loud. I've sort of made it a habit whenever I have a game idea to just keep it in my head in case I ever get the chance to make them. I am aware of that, actually, Spirit of Memory. There's no need for a military. There's no military. Makes sense to me. That also bit them in the ass at one point. But anyways, point being, that I just killed a camel. Imagine a Warhammer 40k RPG. Single-player RPG, right? But you don't play a person, you play a squad. And your whole squad is your character, basically. And the combat is centered around, the squad combat. But again, you're not just deciding, like anytime you get into a conversation with someone or you're actually doing a quest or whatever, instead of actually, like, one guy saying, we will do this for the Emperor, you have to decide which person gets to have their say, and, like, maybe that could play off of each other. Like, the more people you pick their choice, their morale goes up. But also, some of the members of your squad disagree with each other. So in some cases, if you pick them, they're going to have a disagreement. You might actually lose members of your squad, and so your relative power levels go down and that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm going to shut up now. Moving on. Probably Permeus. Well, that wasn't all that great, was it? Listen, Xylem. Before you give up on me, there's something I'd like to show you. I'm not much of a fighter. I'm not very coordinated, but I've got a tactical mind. Meet me at the southern edge, and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. We'll see what he has to show me. So this is kind of what I meant. This guy, on his own initiative, managed to find his niche in military combat. But his commander never really encouraged that, is kind of my point. Now, I will say his commander didn't kick him out of the military, so some credit is due there. Just, yeah. Aren't they beautiful? Ever since I was a cub, I've wanted to be a general. I was eager to join the army, but as you can see, my combat skills are not all there. This is not the first time I've been sent to kill hyenas. In fact, I'm sent here so often, I've befriended these lions and trained them to do my bidding. These are my soldiers, and and they will take my soldiers at my command. They will slay legions of hyenas. Watch. Okay. What do you got? This is kind of cool, actually. So this is the closest to an RTS World of Warcraft has ever become. Come on back. Come on. He's dead. Yeah, whatever. Oh. As an aside, this might be the first time we've actually seen a situation in Warcraft where a general is not also a good fighter. Remember how I mentioned how in this setting most of the generals are also the kind of people who have to be on the front lines fighting because most of them are that good in a fight? This guy is a weakling who's barely coordinated, who can barely wield a sword, but he's smart enough to actually have tactics and capable enough to train lions to do his bidding. So, I mean, you know. So, this is probably the one case where there's a, you know, a weakling who should be in charge, who should be leading from behind the lines. Maybe not the only case, but, you know. So in case you can't tell, we're super bugged here. I'm hoping the quest will just finish. Let me look up something here real quick. What's his name? Solhat. Aha! Okay, so let's give up. Let's try this again. There's apparently a trick to this. Got it. Okay. Buggy unfinished. Go kill the hyenas. Kill them all. Yeah, okay. That's what it was doing. That's really funny. We're surrounded. Oh, God. We're being attacked on two fronts. What do we do, guys? Well, the little one was wearing a adorable little pink and also pink dress. And, I plan to watch a race this evening, and that's about it for my plans. And I'm glad you liked it, Belial. Yay, Django? Well, if I hit the 2 button or the 3 button, apparently it will bug out. So rather than try to be complicated or fun or try to use actual tactics, I'm just going to count on the quest not bugging out by standing here. As we are completely surrounded. But I can't hit any buttons or else we'll bug the quest out. So go, my minions! Hopefully overpower them with sheer numbers. And by sheer numbers, I mean sheer firepower of being, you know, stronger. Very good, Shadow. Yes, it's the race that happened last week. No, I don't know anything about it, obviously, because I haven't watched it yet. Go over here. Kill the rest. Quests like this are another reason why a single-player RPG would probably work better for this. Like I said, I'm glad you liked it, Belial. It was a bit long, admittedly. Didn't quite think it would take that long. Behold, the greatest battle of our era. Yep. Let's go ahead and start that over. Don't worry, this time we should finish it because we already got 27. What are you doing, guys? Crap. Okay, hang on. I've already screwed up. Okay, let's try that again. Oh my goodness. See, the problem was they were really pushing the limits of what the engine of WoW could do. And it shows. And so when they started pushing the engine even more in Warlords, they never went back to clean up the mess that that made. And that's really what it boils down to. Is that excusable? No. Let's just make that clear. This is stupid. It's also not the first time this has happened in Warcraft's history. So, shrug. Not bad, huh? Maybe you could put a word in with the commander. Yeah, your tactics are great, buddy. So what do you think? Maybe a high commander will give me a few command. Maybe we can marshal a regiment. What do you think? What do you think? Huh? Huh? No? Okay. Sure, buddy. Oh, here's the Vizier. Hey, buddy. What manner of creature are you? You will leave the king's lands before... Wait. You're that Xylom I've heard so much about. You must pardon my lack of hospitality. We've seen all manner of hostile intruders since the barrier around Uldum failed. I have devoted my life to serving my king. That service is unrivaled in importance by anything with one exception. My son. Tahet was captured by Neferset sentries. They claim my son was trespassing on their territory. Orsis is attempting to negotiate his release, but I fear for the worst. If you were to find Tahet, I would pledge my vote to you. I do not know where they've taken the prisoners, but I've seen them the guards consult maps to guide them to the thick vegetation. Alright then. I like the politics of this, by the way. Look, my job is to support the king, but screw him, my son's more important. I'll give you my vote if you do this favor for me. I love that. That is so politics. That's accurate. All right, we have the map. Let's see. A chained Tol'vir in the southwest corner. Let's go find him. Go. That's not southwest. Whatever. Did I just misread it? I did misread it. It says southeast. My bad. Once again, different type of jungle, by the way. Barely qualifies, but still. Alright, I'm here to rescue you. Are you with the Neferset scum? Did they send you to do their dirty work? Look, I'm looking for Tahet. Wait, here come the Neferset guards. Fight near me so I can beat their skulls in. If you really want me to, okay. Here you go, have fun, buddy. Get it out of your system. Go ahead, get it out of your system. Alright, that's enough. Anyone else? I mean, seriously. I could just break your chains, buddy. I love your fur patterns, by the way. They're very fetching. This is as good a time as any to mention that there's a short story which I barely remember and have actually failed at finding a copy of before this, that details Lili, the Pandaren, going through this area after the events of Cataclysm. It was a nice little wrap-up of some of the events here. What the summary of it, from memory, boiled down to the fact that they had captured several Neferset, and were holding them on trial for, the crimes they did. But the Neferset were completely unrepentant. In fact, they were actually proud of the things that they had done. Ah, freedom at last, I thank you. Tahed is no longer here. A cruel warlord named Chimus took him. I must warn you, Chimus does horrible things to his prisoners. He forces them to fight his pet beasts. Prepare for the worst, my friend. Vrykul playable? It depends on what we see in Legion. The Vrykul in general don't strike me as very functional for that, but you never know. I mean, I'm in favor of Naga being playable, so I'm willing to accept the idea that there are Vrykul who are not, kill everything and wear their organs. Hey, Wraith. Shoot. Well, whatever. Die. 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 Die, 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 die. Alright, Tahet! Get up! I owe you my life, stranger. Thank you. Oh. Be free, my young friend. Oh. Playable boars? Oh, gotcha, Necro. Apparently, if I just whisper it to me. It's not super relevant. It was just interesting to see the post-Cataclysm effect on this area. And I liked showing more of the Tol'vir in the book, too, and how more important Oldm was to the overall lore of the story. That was nice, too. Yeah, exactly, Uldrith. Bingo. I say it, I'm curious about Legion because we know there's going to be Vrykul down there, and I'm just curious how those Vrykul, are. Especially since Odin's a bastard. I thank you for what you've done. You can count on my vote when the council convenes. Excellent. Good doing business with you. Just as an aside, I would have helped even without the offer of the vote. Because I'm not an evil bastard. Glad to see you don't think yourself above this sort of task. Excellent job. You might not think this adds up to much, but this very well may be the difference between life and death to our soldiers. Hey, Gigi. You are a born leader, Xylon. It'll be good to have you on our side when the war comes to these lands. Though we aren't formally at war yet, the Neferset do not hesitate to imprison or kill those who trespass on their territories. King Phaeroris refuses to reciprocate, even when they use our lands to smuggle stolen relics from the tombs of our ancestors. My scouts report that the Neferset are about to move a major shipment of looted weapons south of here. I've instructed the laborers you recruited to assist you. Call upon them with this horn, and you find the smugglers and recover their weapons. That is correct, Raving Looney. I didn't have to do the Worgen starting zone. I started in Ebonhold, just like every other Death Knight. The Death Knightiness overrode the Worgenness. Salet! The tactician, you say? Ha ha! Very well. If you'll vouch for him, we might be able to arrange something. The High Council's ready to decide, but we'll get back to that in just a little bit. Yeah, no kidding, Tauren. I gotta be honest, I'm really, really potentially irritated because we get, as a warrior, the one and only thing I know about the warrior class stuff, and because I've been going really far out of my way to avoid spoilers for warrior stuff, since warrior's my main, the warrior class stuff has to do with working with Odin in, like, the Halls of Valor or whatever. Now, unless we take that place from that bastard, I'm really going to be upset about that. Because, seriously. Alright! To battle! Maybe he's changed. Or maybe we kill him. And just kind of, take over instead of him. I'd be okay with that. Maybe he's powerless and we take over in his absence. I'd be okay with that, too. But working with that bastard? That irritates me. That'd be like saying, alright, you're a warrior, so you're with Garrosh. What? Screw you. I don't know, Joxy. I mean, they probably have an Egyptian accent, but I can't do Egyptian, so... You've returned, Xylon. How'd the operation go? Well, this is quite timely. I will distribute these armaments to my best men, and to the laborers you recruited. I have a feeling they'll show as much courage as my captains. Alright, let's see what the War Council says, shall we? So we have 2 votes solidly on our side. Blood Elf starter, Raving Looney, I think. Oh wait, no, we started there, didn't we? Then we did Vanilla Raids, I believe. Raving Looney was next. We did Vanilla next, basically. 2 pieces of news have reached me today, Death Knight. The High Council has reached a decision about war, and my brother has been slain by Neferset's scum. I no longer need to wait for the former to lead my people into battle. We move against the Neferset as soon as my people are ready. As soon as we make our move west in order to attack the Neferset city, the enemy will strike us from the east, where we will be weak. Nahome will be the first to fall, and if it does, Ram Gehen will soon follow. A small detachment is there already. Get a briefing from them. I want to make sure that they can hold Nahome until I can send more troops there. That's a cool idea, Uldrith, but I have a counter... Not argument so much as a counter idea for you. Why not make Void Paladins be a cosmetic specialization change to Paladins rather than a completely new spec? Hey, Zawan. Yes, everything is going up on YouTube. No, I've decided to remove all future lore runs from YouTube, out of spite. He hasn't hurt anyone who matters. You're horrible, Gnarlux. Holy crap, alright. It's time to defend Nahome. Hey, Salhit. Xylom, it's you! My regiment, he was given a regiment, was ambushed on our way here. Our captain was slain, leaving me in command. Until you got there here, that is. Sir! Oh, never mind. So he was second in command of a regiment. Still a pretty big boost up there. Oh, hey, ding, ding. Oh, like, this is probably going to be my only ding in Oldm. Where do I want my ding in Oldm to be? There's so many, like, awesome sites around here. Oh, I'm torn. Let's do this one. Let's do this one over here. I'm close enough anyways. Yeah, seriously, Permeus, why would we ever... I mean, I know the player characters are supposed to be dumb and really, really gullible, but can we not side with Odin, please? I mean, I'm okay with the idea that Helya is also a villain, but seriously... Here we go. Wait, I'm off center. No, I'm off center. Yes, we did, Zaman. We did indeed. So it looks like middle line, right about here. No, no, I can't see the frickin'... The rigors of finding a good picture. Well, this is like my only ding I'm going to get in Oldham, so I want it to be a good one. I'll try over here first. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, now we'll try over here. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Let's do it like this. Yeah, we'll do that one. Perfect. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. I've been really tempted to spoil some of the warrior class stuff, just so I could have peace of mind about the Odin situation. But I've been very careful about not doing that so far. It's the only spoiler I've avoided in Legion so far. So we'll see. Okay, so There's an old story about Nahome. It speaks of how a powerful prophet named Arhulet held off troves of enemies by channeling the power of the sun through this very temple. Most believe it's just a legend, but that power would be very useful to us right about now. The vile Neferset have ransacked Atulet's tomb. They've taken artifacts of power and shattered the tablets that encode his memories. More history permanently lost. Yes, I will, Gnarlex. We, the priests of Nahome, the guardians of the tombs of the precursors, ever since the Neferset turned to their new masters, they've turned to great heresies. They robbed the sacred powerful artifacts and destroy invaluable relics in the process. Go to the tombs east of here. Punish the tomb robbers. I know someone who's in the Legion Alpha, Lophus, and a few things are on the data mining sites. By the way, I have no idea how to get Twitch to notify. I know that some people get the notification, like, minutes after I start streaming. Some people don't get the notifications at all, even though they've got it all set up properly. That's been a problem for some time, and unfortunately I do not have a solution for it. Because Twitch, you know, I have no power over that. Yes, the Alpha Legion, Chongo. I have joined the Alpha Legion. Anyways, something that's important to keep in mind about Tol'vir existence, culture. They're effectively immortal. Now, I know what you're thinking. Huh? No, I'm serious. They are effectively immortal. These people, some of the Tol'vir walking around are the same Tol'vir who were around in the time of the Keepers, a bajillion years ago. Now, I mention that because that really helps to inform some aspects of their society. It probably explains why they put so much importance on children. I mean, I know what you're saying. Oh, everyone puts importance on children. But what I mean by that is we never see, like, the idea of a massive family group. Instead, it's just the one child, or the one brother, or the one son. And that one family member is the only one they have because they probably hardly ever procreate. We probably have a bit of a Protoss situation here, if you know what I mean. Furthermore, it also kind of explains one of the reasons why... No, Dakota. Why the Neferset are so violently antagonistic towards the Titans and their works. In that short story that I mentioned earlier about Lili, one of the things that the Neferset mentioned was how they didn't feel bad about all the things they did against the Titans, because screw the Titans! They abandoned us! And it's not just the whole, oh, you know, we remember from the days long, long ago, or we've heard stories about them. No, again, several of the Tol'vir were actually around in the time when Ra-Den and the other Keepers were actually active. They remember the presence of their Keepers. They remember them being active and a part of their lives. And they remember the Keepers abandoning them. Personally. So it's a little more understandable why some members of the Tol'vir would be like, screw those guys! I mean, hell, that's the kind of reaction several people in real life would have, wouldn't you think? I mean, hell, who amongst you would have that reaction? Keepers, take care of us! Oh, where'd you go? Come back. You know. I would like that too, by the way, Uldrith. The green fire idea. That was awesome. I loved the green fire quest chain. And I am quite proud to have done it on an undergeared character back at 90. I have been streaming for 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 14 seconds. Yeah. I have no idea why you don't know that I exist. I exist! Hi, what's up? How are things? Actually, I do have an idea, Spirit. Let me finish this series of quests, because we're leading up to the finale of the one quest art. Did you find them, Xylem? Were they salvageable? Excellent. Let's see if we can find anything of import. Perhaps you are as powerful as I've heard after all. I'm a Death Knight. In lore, I am incredibly powerful. That's ignoring the fact that I am death walking. Come here, let's duel. Come on, let's go. No. So I'll spend some time going over the tablets. It's all right here. Altuat built a potent weapon into the temple. The only way to access it is with the correct cipher. It's reportedly hidden in Cassette Pass. We just hope the Neferset losers haven't gotten to it yet. All right, let's do it. Let's go save this thing. We're going to be doing a little bit of back and forth, especially at the start zone. And then we're going to just pick one side and go with the rest. Because really, the only variance between the two sides is at the beginning. But we will be doing, like, all of this on both sides. And then we'll do the rest on whichever side. It doesn't matter. So how would I save Tol'vir? Well, first I'd kill this guy. Bam! Thanks for the cipher, buddy. Words. The problem with Tol'vir, I know you said no genocide, but there's literally no denying that we need a massive cultural shift, and some people need to be removed for that to happen. And so there's two options: something worse than death or death. Now, I'm not saying genocide. I'm just saying that the Tol'vir need to have a little bit of a fleecing of their culture. Too many of their people have that mentality of, oh yes, slaves exist to be consumed as blood resources for our magic. And those people need to be removed from society. I'd say banishment normally, but all that does is make a new Tol'vir empire. It'll just call itself something else, and it'll be over there with blackjack. Nothing else. And so culling some of the magisterium is something that I feel is pretty much mandatory to the salvation of the Tol'vir people. I don't think a total annihilation of the Tol'vir is required, because the little bits and pieces we get of the Tol'vir indicate that they are a classic situation of, if I can use a parallel in World of Warcraft terms, the Night Elves and how they were back under Ashara's reign. The upper echelons of the nobility were extreme elitists, huge classism. But then there was the, like, millions and millions of normal Night Elves who were not privileged, who were not elitist, who were not, oh yes, we will do anything in our power to make everything in our power kind of people. Who were not entitled bastards, basically. That's how I feel the Tol'vir is. We've got this upper crust of Bleck, and then we've got the actual culture underneath it. And we just need to get rid of this crust and then help the culture to flourish in its own right. That's my thinking on the matter. Did you retrieve the code? It does exist. It does exist! Oh, it worked! It worked! Titan artifacts! Yay! Alright, the enemy's coming in great numbers. We will get no reinforcements. You know, I could just go out and fight them myself. If Nahome falls, Ram Kehen will follow. Go outside and speak to one of my sergeants when you're ready. I'll help you command the forces we have to the best of my ability. I'm being linked to video. Oh, I've actually seen that. Alright, let's do this. And yeah, the Venatori need to go away. Holy crap. How do I would like to command my forces in battle. How do I command my forces in battle? Oh, there we go. Alright. I'm going to assume I can't hit abilities again. Actually, I should look this up. The defense of Nahome. Boop, boop, boop. Hey, Sonic. That sounds really good. If you're pregnant, it's with something that we don't want to talk about. Okay, looks like I'm going to be use abilities. Thank God. By the way, use Sun's Radiance ability if you get overwhelmed. It will heal your units and do terrible damage to the enemy. Hey, Kovac, what is up? That should be good. Yes, that's right, by the way. That should look familiar to anyone who's played Warlords. So, think about that for a minute. I only point it out because it's more evidence, I think, that the Apexis were actually Titan forged. Ah, crap. We're evading. There we go. Whoops, knocked him a bit farther. Almost. Booyaka. Seriously, I could have done all that by myself, guys. You didn't need the army. I had this. Now, whatever. Like I said, it was kind of cool to have the little RTS light section there. There's another one in the future. We did it! We held Nahome. Our work here is done. Against all odds, we stopped the Neferset advance on Nahome. Let us join the forces pushing west, lest they take all the glory for themselves. They must have reached the outskirts of the city by now. The Neferset are not the only threat to our tomes. A gnomish expedition stumbled upon our land a few weeks ago. They did not heed our warnings and dug too deep and too greedily. The entire expedition is now afflicted with a terrible curse that has robbed them of their sanity and taken control of their minds. They now seek access to the deepest vaults of Uldum. Alright guys, should we do the gnome quests or the political quests? Because they're literally like in opposite directions of each other. Vote now! Except there's no vote up, because I don't feel like it. This is a kind of a branching storyline. It's only a few quests, but yeah. I'm hearing... Okay, so Gnome. There's one for Gnome. There's one for political. There's 2 for political. 3 for political. Continuing to head towards politics. That's okay. So now we're tied. Now we're leaning towards gnomes. So let's go back towards the gnomes. Oh, gnomes. Oh, there's no way, Uldrith. That'd be cool, but there is no way. No, we're just doing gnome. It's cool. We'll do gnome. Death to the gnomes. The secrets of Oldm. What's this? A feminine voice addresses you over the portable terminator. Emergency code 55729. Upper cerebral cortex functions of expedition members have been compromised. Please report to your nearest terminal location to the southeast of the Sunstone Terrace for further analysis. Well, okay. I can do that. Hey, it's Mechgineer Mixeltweed. There we go. Death to the gnomes. So, you know those submarines the gnomes built? Did you know they can go on land, too? Seriously, that's the submarine. Well, I don't know if it's the exact submarine, but it is at the very least the same model of the submarine we had in Vashir. It's just this one can also go on land because they added tank treads. Because, I don't know about you guys, but when I look at a submarine, my first thought is, that would be much more awesome if we had tank treads on it. Alright, what do we got? Let's check the A terminal here. Let's see it. Words as its mechanisms become active. Scanning subject. Cerebral cortex diagnostics indicate absence of tomb curse phenomenon. Diagnostics did reveal frequent head trauma. User would do well to exercise more caution around blunt objects in the future. Yeah, actually, Takoda, that's a good parallel. The curse has taken over the expedition members' higher brain functions, but my calculations reveal their suppressed adolescent subconscious can still be stimulated by realistic imagery. Utilize the hollow projector to distract them. They are currently setting up explosives at the tomb to the east to attempt to gain access to secret passages in Oldm. They seek dangerous re-origination technology beneath Oldm and must be stopped. The expedition's numbers are extremely large. A little ridiculously large, actually. Dealing with them by conventional means would take an estimated 2,700,136.5 hours. We can make use of a powerful source of energy within the expedition's crawler. We need the fusion core's access codes to do this. Well, I already... Okay, fine. I'll go get the access codes. Okay. Yes, an AI is telling us to kill them all, guys. It's not even a joke. Oh yeah, by the way, there's the elemental plane of air right there, by the way. I think they did a brilliant job with how that looks, even in WoW. I'll show it more up close later, though. The secrets of ours! The world will be perfect! It'll be reborn anew! And then they're dead. Yeah, no kidding, Zoan. I could see that, Uldrith. Like, legitimately, I could see that. Alright, so we need to sneak our way over here. It's going to be one of the most dangerous missions yet. Fortunately, we have the most amazing technology known to gnome kind. Ahem. Yes, dancing Draenei women. Actually, that's an Eredar, but whatever. Uh-oh, there's more hostiles. Quick! Check out the latest model. I like the things that pacify them. Draenei women, hot cars, and, hopefully, fingers crossed. Nope, didn't get it. Don't worry, I'll make sure we get it. And an undead rocker rocking out on a T-Rex who is manning a laser cannon on top of a robotic shark. See you around, Shadow. One more. Ah, it's the car again. Or car equivalent, I suppose I should say. I like how they specifically say these are their adolescent subconsciouses. I love that, though. Yeah, by the way, that's Epicus Maximus. You actually fight him in the arena. He's pretty rough. Well done, Xylom. The expedition has already doomed itself. There is no need for it to endanger the rest of the world as well. I'm sorry, Zoan. I honestly hope we don't actually kill as many as they imply we do here, because holy crap. Did you succeed, Xylom? I estimated your chances of survival at 68.5%. Excellent job, user Xylom. It is true. New expedition crews have arrived by sea. My scanners detect they are already afflicted by curse phenomenon. You must hurry and board the Mac Diver. The access codes will give us control over the fusion core's functions, but there is still a layer of security we must bypass. I must ask you to hack a very sophisticated mainframe known as Wibson. Okay. Alright guys, we need to hack our way into the mainframe. This is going to be pretty rough. Especially since we don't know what a computer is. So here we go. Let's do it. Let's hack in! Hack! Hack! Ah! Ah! Come on! Come on! Ah! Yeah, okay, we did it. We hacked the mainframe. Whew, okay. There's the fusion core now. I am in control, user Xylom, but I cannot keep core temperature stable indefinitely. And this is the best quest in the game. Obliteration. I have downloaded my program to the fusion core and have complete control over it. I have created a small pocket of air inside to avoid vaporizing user Xylom. I will yield control of all movement functions so I can dedicate my cycles to keeping the core stable. Go down the hill and neutralize as many of the expedition as possible. My analysis reveals you might feel guilt as a result of such high fatality numbers. User Xylom, you must be assured that expedition members are without hope. So, we ride around on a giant ball of death, killing literally 1,000 gnomes. Best quest ever. And you have to do it with the sound on, or else it just loses some of its impact. I love the ones that get stuck in the core, by the way. On fire. I'm sure their deaths are painless. It's just they're still screaming. I'm not sure why. Maybe gnomes like screaming. I mean, gnomes like screaming, right? So Zawan asks a serious question. Obviously, this is a joke quest. Let's just put that bluntly. Yes, Charlord. But the reason... I mean, this is a joke quest, but there's something that really does need to be considered here. We are killing 1,000 gnomes in terms of gameplay. In terms of lore, God knows how many gnomes we're wiping out. Because remember, lore numbers are always higher than gameplay numbers. So, like, seriously, how many of the gnome population are we wiping out here? It's not like they have a high population to begin with. Oh yeah, I like how there's mechs that can get stuck in here, too. Whee. Now, I gotta be honest, I could speculate on a lot of things here, like what the curse is, and why it's affecting these people, and why it only affected these people, and why the gnomes sent 100 billion trillion people here. And I could give you a few answers, speculatively speaking. For example, why wouldn't the gnomes send thousands and thousands of their own people onto a mission to discover a device that can literally rearrange atoms? This is like the holy grail of technology, in general, let alone for the gnomes. So I'm sure they put huge priority on this mission. So that explains that. As for what the curse is, it's a much better question, considering it never comes up again, ever. In fact, we actually go to the Halls of Origination ourselves later, and there doesn't seem to be any curse affecting us, although there is a curse that affects some of the people there, so, You know the only thing that would make this quest better? The ability to use this ball of destruction anywhere. I have to admit, by the way, of all the Destroy an Army quests, and we've seen those since BC, really, although they started getting popular in Wrath, this is my favorite, and for two reasons. One, It's very, very simple. You literally just roll over the enemies. I mean, here, look. You know, no button usage. Second, there's a huge density of most of the enemies. So rather than having to zoom around trying to find that one group of people, or killing like 2 at a time, you're killing like 50 at a time. So it works. Despite Oldham's generally, you know, more amateur approach to quest design and some of the unpolished things I mentioned, this quest is actually very well designed, legitimately. And I'm not just saying that because I'm killing thousands of gnomes with a giant ball of flamey death. Well, that is the final answer. So, remember how I mentioned that there's, like, no curse here? Yes, I know I finished the quest. I'm just killing gnomes. Remember how I mentioned that there was no curse here when we go here? Or when other people go here? The best lore explanation I could come up with for the curse that's affecting the gnomes is there is no curse. The AI just wanted us to kill all these gnomes. That's the... I'm being serious, by the way. That is the best lore explanation I've ever come up with for this curse situation. So... Well, here's my business card, Mr. Mindblast. It is done, user Xylom. I thank you for your assistance in this unfortunate task. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hang on. So you're just saying the fusion core goes crazy and the AI wants to kill everyone? Well, no, actually. What I think is a little more likely is that this AI got in contact with the incredibly advanced machinery in the area that is Titan technology. And basically the Titan tech, for lack of a better way to phrase this, took over the AI and made the AI try to kill them all, basically. As a defense mechanism to prevent anyone from getting the hulls, getting access to the engine of origination. Now that's not a you know, a flawless theory. That's not a tight, you know, sealed case or whatever. But it's the best I've ever come up with for this. So, yay! Hey, I killed your gnomes. Just saying. I actually don't know Zoan. So I'll just answer honestly. I don't know Zoan. Why don't we go do some politics? That'll be a lot less depressing than killing thousands of gnomes. Did I say depressing? I'm an awesome... sorry, no, it's a travesty. It's a travesty having to kill all those gnomes. It is also possible the AI or whatever independently was like, wait, they shouldn't get a hold of that device, and then turned against them. There is a final possibility. This comes from someone other than me, but it makes sense. The final possibility is that the curse actually is like a one-shot. So, like, it's like the old traps in Indiana Jones movies. You know, the trap goes off, but it doesn't reset itself because it can't. So there's like the one trap of, "Pah, cursed!" Yeah, exactly what someone's saying. And so they were cursed, and then that's it, and that's why there's no further curse in the future. That is also a possibility. You've arrived just in time, Xylom. Kill them all! The armies of Ram-Kahen are getting obliterated by Neferset's immortal guardians. The only way to defeat them is to slay the Dark Pharaoh. Before we make our move, we're going to take care of his lieutenants. Go behind enemy lines and murder his lieutenants. I will not lie to you. We face a tremendous challenge ahead of us. As you go behind enemy lines into Neferset, I want you to bring back the insignia of any scum you defeat. It will be a boon to our armies to know you've dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. What do you have, Salhet? Neferset is too well defended. The mountain next to it, however, is not. I've spoken to a ranger captain. He's willing to take a handful of his men and secure the strategic mountaintop. There's one catch. He agreed, but only if you would spearhead the attack with him. That's the second time that's happened, by the way. It must be a small group or we'll draw the enemy's attention too closely. But trust me, the Rangers of Ram-Kahan are as tough as they come. With you by their side, we'll surely succeed. Let's do it then. Now, admittedly, that's probably the one instance of him actually showing, good tactical sense here. Getting access to this this vantage point would be a huge boon to them militarily. Xylem is with us. Our victory is assured. Yeah, I just killed over 1,000 gnomes in a few minutes. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, no kidding, Knucklehead. Sir Knucklehead. By the way, I'm not being baited into the guns argument again. Dude, it's fine, Necro. We got a few bits of silver for it and a piece of green gear we're going to vendor. That was worth it, right? We're mercenaries. We don't care about what jobs we get. We just care about getting jobs. I mean, come on. How many of you can sympathize with that? Look, I know that I'm ruining your life, but it's my job to do so, screw you. Alright, secured the high ground. I feel like killing the rest of these guys, though. Excuse me, tra-la-la-la-la. Alright. Into the depths of their terrible city. Clearly this is a den of evil, horror, nightmare, darkness, and fish, apparently. Apparently they do a lot of fishing. That makes sense since they're literally on the coast. Seriously, that's a thing. The more I interact with the Tol'vir culture, the more I just find myself wondering about it. I want to know more about these people. I was glad that we got more of these in the book. Because, yeah. I got a reward for that, Takoida? What are you talking about? That was the reward. But yeah, I love the ideas of people having to make do with basically nothing, and yet being completely isolated. I have actually written isolated cultures myself, more than once, actually. Because the idea of an isolated culture fascinates me. It's a because most cultures that exist in real life, and by most I mean a huge number, developed in a huge part due to external interactions and the surrounding environment. These people have lived, they've lived with basically nothing in the mountains, in this area, completely cut off from everyone, except for the vague, occasional TV show they have of what they can see in the future, or of the rest of the world, excuse me. And that's it. And I love how they've got this whole fully monarchical society going on, which makes a degree of sense given their Titan origins. And I like the fact that they almost universally revere choice rather than actual, like they don't have a code of laws. They just have, this is what we're going to do because this is how this works, that kind of a thing. I like that idea. I made fun earlier about the gentleman who gave us his vote in council purely because, that vote was I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Because the vote itself, his loyalty to his job, was not important to him as his making his choice on the matter. And I know that sounds weird, but what we have here is a very strange sort of anarchistic society. It's not fully anarchistic, but it's certainly leaning more in that direction. The people who have joined the Neferset did so by choice. The people who joined Ramkehen did so by choice. They were not forced to. There was no drafting. There was no conscription. Everyone who is out here fighting against the Neferset is doing though because they have willingly chosen to do so. They have been recruited. They have signed up in several cases. You know? And I find that culture fascinating. No and yes, respectively, Sir Knucklehead, and it will be my warrior as usual. Probably tank, because I'm a tank. Hang on, I need to look up this guy's name. Give me just a moment. I actually meant to do this earlier, and then I got distracted by another discussion. There's a gentleman. There's a cutscene we didn't see because it was removed from the game due to some issues with it. Give me a moment. Not really, Uldrith. I'm just, I'm looking forward to them in general. There's no one in particular I'm looking forward to. I suppose you could say I'm looking forward to all of them. Hang on just a second. I really want this guy's name, because that way I can read you the cutscene that you missed. Here we go. Okay, here's the cutscene you missed. I'm just going to read this. The king says, "On the matter of war against the rebel tribe of Ramkehen, has each member of the High Council reached a decision?" The High Commander, the military guy we met, says, "Yes, Your Majesty, the sword of Ramkehen casts its vote in favor of war. Your armies are at the ready." And then the Vizier, whose son we saved, says, "The voice of Ramkehen casts its vote in favor of war as well." The High Priest, the gentleman who we killed eels for an hour, says, "The faith of Ramkehen abstains. In my visions, negotiations with the enemy brought our people fleeting peace, followed by terrible betrayal and destruction. But war, waged by a leader reluctantly following protocol, brought an even swifter demise to our nation. Only one vision offered a faint glimmer of hope, and in that vision, the High Council did not make this decision for you, Pharaohs." And that's when he finds out that his brother has been murdered. And he decides to go to war unilaterally. So, that's the cutscene you missed. All right. Anyways, yeah, basically is the one. Keep in mind, again, these are creatures that were built to be battle machines. So, this is kind of similar to the Gilnean situation. Every single one of these guys is a military unit in basically every way. They have combat protocols built into them. They even say that themselves. And they are themselves very physically and magically adept. Even though they use bows and arrows, but whatever. Ahem. It's good to see you once more, Xylom. Excellent job. Our troops will hear of your deeds. You are a valuable ally. We are one step closer to defeating the enemy. Well, let's go use our tactical advantage here. And yeah, Necro, that's a good way to put that. That's a good way to put that. You did well, Xylom. Excellent. Okay, now let's come back over here. Hang on. Ah! We are ready to strike now, Xylom. If we take down the Dark Pharaoh Takan, the immortal Colossi will fall, and our armies will march into the city. Seek him out and engage him without fear. Okay. I'm not afraid of him. Tol'vir as playable would be awesome. They'd have the same problems with a lot of the other semi-humanoid races. Naga comes to mind. But I'd totally make a Tol'vir. Hell yeah. They even have some sub-races already built in. Hey, Dark Pharaoh. Hey, what's up? You will pay for this intrusion. I just killed 1,000 gnomes. Oh no, he's summoning his watchers onto me. What will I do? And he's frickin' dead. The Dark Pharaoh has fallen. His immortal colossi tumble like toys. Neferset will fall. Attack! So here we see they do not have true Titan watchers or guardians like some other Titan Forge do. This is actually kind of interesting lore-wise to me. Their guardians, the massive colossi they've been using, have to be directly controlled at all times. Otherwise, they're completely inactive. There's no attack move option. You have to literally be personally controlling them to attack at every moment. That's their negative. That's their cost for how strong they are and how powerful they are. I also love that idea furthermore because it makes sense. The Tol'vir are not builders or keepers or whatever. They are fighters. And so a Tol'vir who has the ability to fight and is good at it, whoops, this way, will probably be the kind of thing the Titans would make, or excuse me, the Keepers, would make to personally run these effectively battle bodies rather than, you know, trying to command them and build more and that kind of a thing. To explain what I mean by that a little bit, by the battle bodies thing, this is basically a magical form of a mech suit. Yeah, no kidding, Sir Knuckle. Because they connect to them and they're pretty much personally running these massive titanic colossi creatures. Yes, the ones in the Halls of Origination are actual Titan Keepers. And it makes sense that the only Keepers really left in this area are the ones over in the Halls of Origination. Where arcane magic comes from? Where the light bled into the nether, I believe? No, that's what made Fel. I do not remember off the top of my head, Zoan. It is done. We have defeated the Neferset inside their own city. I wish I could say there's peace for my people at last, but I foresee only further bloodshed. Because we might have taken Neferset, but the Neferset have a new seat of power. Thanks to Tiamat, the powerful Jinn of the South Wind, the Neferset have become considerably more dangerous. We've just learned that some of Nadun's ambushed reconnaissance party managed to secure entrance to the Lost City. Go find Captain Hadan and find whatever information you need to bring down Tiamat and the Neferset scum. Alright, no crash, no crash, no crash. Don't crash. Yes. It's time to bring the fight to them. The lost city of Tol'vir. Although that doesn't make sense that the people are called Tol'vir too, so I'm not really sure what's up with that, but whatever. How about the dungeon I'm in? How's that for a thought? Cataclysm. The Lost City of Tol'vir. There we go. The Lost City of Tol'vir is the stronghold, the last stronghold of the Neferset. A faction of the cat-like Tol'vir who swore fealty to Deathwing in exchange for a cure to the curse of flesh, which had turned their rocky hides to soft skin. With the affliction expunged, the Tol'vir have rebelled against their benefactor, although they remain irrevocably twisted and hostile to the dark pact they made. So, let's go for the Horde. Kind of literally. This is something I haven't pointed out yet, by the way. See these things? These are kind of cool. You could turn in archaeology things to get a buff for your group as you're going through the dungeon. It's just a nice little system they added. Also, you remember how I mentioned how difficult Cataclysm dungeons were, heroics were, at endgame? This place was probably, I'd say, the second hardest. This place was rough. Like, really, really rough. And the reason why is obvious. Look at that. That was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Excuse me, 7. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4... 6. I was right the first time. 6 mobs in a single pack. Yeah, we had to do some serious CC to move our way through this place. You'll notice how pretty much all of the Tol'vir here, most of them anyways, are stone. There you go, see? Or jade or whatever, instead of being flesh. death. This is General Husan. The Titans themselves appointed General Husan as one of Uldum's foremost guardians. After Siamat, Lord of the South Wind, cured the Neferset Tol'vir curse of flesh, Husan helmed a rebellion that culminated in the air elemental's imprisonment. This is a fun fight to tank.
Invaders! You shall go no further!
Chill there, man. Jeez.
Tiamat must not be freed! Turn back before it is too late!
Interesting voice acting. I actually forgot what his voice actor sounded like. You know, I'm not actually sure, Zoan. Unless these are bandits that the Neferset have enslaved or something. Yeah, it literally says enslaved bandits, so never mind. I guess I'm right without even realizing it. Also, there's pygmies here. And they're dead. This boss is a little bit different if you fight him here. See, initially the boss is Lokma. Amidst the Neferset's chaotic insurrection against Siamat, the pygmy Og pilfered whatever treasures he could from the ancient Tol'vir city. Among his race, Og is respected as much for his cunning as he is for his ferocious pet, Crocolisk, Lokma. So while you're fighting Lokma, Og will run around hitting you. And once you beat him, he's like, I took the treasure from him, and blah, blah, blah. Basically what he's saying is that he actually took the loot that dropped off of the boss, and then you have to kill him to get the loot. It's just cute. Anyways. Bam! Where's Og? Oh, there he is. Yes, I do, Zoan. Oh, how you kill Croc? Og smart. Og already steal treasure while you not looking. He's dead. We actually have the one during the Goblin starter zone, actually. But a brief refresher. Pygmies and goblins share a common ancestry. In other words, pygmies are basically goblins who naturally evolved and have only reached this pitiful level of development, whereas the goblins got that boost from Kajamite. That's the quick summary of pygmies. I like things like this, by the way. This is just so cool. I want to add this to something in my settings. It's literally an enchanted pyramid that generates water and pours it out into the fountain so they have a source of water. Or maybe it's a teleporter, like it's a mobile portal, and the other portal is just in a river or something, and so it's just pulling water out of the river. Either way, it's cool, and I like it. I'm telling you, I love the architecture on this place. Our next boss is going to be the High Prophet Baram. The High Prophet is a hallowed spiritual leader of the Neferset, and along with General Hussam, he rallied his fellow Neferset against Siamat and imprisoned the air elemental. Regardless, some dark force still drives Baram and his followers to terrorize Oldm. So, this is a good time to talk about the cure that was offered to them for the Curse of Flesh. It's never stated outright, at least I don't think it is, but the cure that was offered is basically them being corrupted just in a different way that also happened to give them stone bodies. So they weren't, in other words, if you're paying attention, they were not actually cured. They were just converted into something new, a third category over here, which probably helps to explain a lot of why several of the Neferset are as we're going through here.
Begone, infidels! You are not welcome here! Kneel before me and repent!
I repent. Oh, crap. And now I must slay the Harbinger of Darkness. Without getting hit. There we go.
Death is only the beginning.
And you notice that the first... I didn't turn quickly enough, I'm sorry. The first thing that happens...
I am unleashed!
is that the Lord of the South Winds there got free. Very likely Necro, but I don't know is the full answer. So now it's time to go after the Lord of the South Wind. Tiamat. Purging the Neferset Tol'vir curse of flesh left the fearsome Tiamat severely drained. It was during this moment of vulnerability that Tol'vir struck and magically imprisoned Tiamat at the center of their ancient sand-swept city. I'd just like to say, getting the achievement for this guy sucked. Mostly because it's kind of badly written, so it isn't clear what you're actually trying to do with the achievement at first. It's just, yeah, go do this achievement. Yeah, it sucked and I hated it. Moving on. It is worth noting that this guy is probably going to be the new elemental lord of the air. Lord, you know, the air lord or whatever. You know why? Well, the elemental plane of air is over there, not here. This is kind of close to it. But this guy is probably just going to be regenerated. The other three lords of the winds, north, east, and west, and the air lord himself, Al-Akir, will all be destroyed in Skywall, the plane of air. So they're gone, permadead. So that leaves the highest ranking member of the elemental air elementals as this guy. So what I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back in the future.
Winds of the South, rise and come to your master's aid!
Down you
The
go.
sky beckons.
Goodbye. The rainbow's a nice touch, by the way. How many people have never even seen that rainbow that spawns after you beat him? But yeah, the air elementals, I mean, the fire elementals have a pretty bad restructuring of their command structure too, but the air elementals are almost completely wiped out in terms of their upper echelons. It's a little bit of a gray area, Zoan. After all, this is Storm, so you know. South wind, I'm trying to remember, because one of the winds is actually specifically cold, and one of the winds is wind, like ferocious, quick winds, and one of them is, trying to think. I don't remember all of them. We'll actually be covering them when we go through there. Anyways, now is as good a time as any to go ahead and do a couple other things real quick. We actually already had the quest to go into here. So, to make this clear, this is actually Skywall, or at least bits and pieces of Skywall, which is the elemental plane of air, seeping into and becoming a part of Azeroth. I want to once again stress that they did a brilliant job on the visual design of these things. They don't look perfect, but the idea is you're supposed to look at these towers as if the towers are actually made from the clouds themselves. And the further up they get, the more coherent they get, and the further down they get, the more they become more and more part of the clouds. They did a really good job of the effect on that, in my opinion. We'll be seeing more of that in the future, too. But for now, time to move into here. The Vortex Pinnacle. So once again, a little clarification, this is actually in the plane of air. Which I share with you now because they did some great design stuff for this place. Look at this. This is the elemental plane of air. It's gorgeous looking, in my opinion. I'll probably do it the moment it comes out, Uldrith, but otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have words for this place. I really, really, really enjoy the visual design of this place. I feel their art team did a great job of this. The Vortex Pinnacle exists within the Plane of Skywall. I already mentioned that. Its elegant structures, crowned with bronze and gold, sit atop platforms suspended by pure air. Yet behind its exterior, the pinnacle harbors Neferset Tol'vir as well as Al-Akir, the Windlord's merciless elemental, elemental legions. As long as the barrier between Skyroll and the Azeroth remains open, terror will rain down on Oldm from the skies. By the way, I've never gotten this mount. This is one of the 2 remaining dungeon mounts I have not gotten. This one and the one in Deepholm are the only 2 dungeons I'm still missing. They did some great mechanics with this place, too. You see that boss? Or that trash mob over there? As long as someone's looking at him, he's inactive. It is possible to kill him. It's infeasible, and you shouldn't bother. You're just supposed to have at least one person staring at him, usually the healer, whose job is just to look at him while everyone else is dealing with everything else. We are on Heroic, right? Yep, okay. And yeah, that huge tower looks awesome. God, sorry, just really, really like this whole area. In order to kill him, you basically have to do something like this. And he just kind of fades away, because the game's not sure what to do about it. Let's go ahead and clear this out while I'm thinking about it. And that's why I apparently haven't cleared that out in a bit. Shunk! So, how many of you knew that this boss was female? Grand Vizier Ethren defends the Vortex Pinnacle under the command of her master, Assad, against any ground dwellers who dare intrude upon the realm. To fulfill her duties, the Elemental Noble has been granted mastery over the primal forces of lightning and wind.
Filthy beasts! Your presence in Skywall will not be tolerated.
I like the accent. I mentioned that because a lot of players either don't read the journal thing, shrug, and don't play with the sound on, so they don't know the voice actress. That would be incredible, Uldrith. Hasn't happened so far, but would be incredible. We didn't get the Ulduar mount, which is the one I wanted the most because it's the most irritating one to farm. I hate going through all of Ulduar just to see if I don't get it. So once again, I want to stress the elemental politics here because the politics of this situation are fascinating to me. Again, we see that the hierarchy of the air elementals is much, much more stringent and much more monarchical and, well, has much more of a hierarchy than any of the other elemental groups. Hey, Cloudy. Ah, damn, I didn't get enough. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, you can kill those too, by the way. As I've mentioned before, the elementals of Earth, there's basically Therazane, and then there's the various followers of the aspects of the element. Amongst Ragnaros, there's Ragnaros, and then there's his Major Domo, and then there's his lieutenants. Amongst the water, it's Neptulon, and then everyone else. So the only one of these organizations that has a real chain of command is air, and I like that. The idea of the king, and then the princes, and then the nobility, and then the aristocracy. It's just fascinating to me that air of all the elements would have that. This is also an awesome boss fight, especially if you're playing as a caster. So yeah, you can be upwind, which gives you massive buffs, or downwind, which is massive debuffs. And then you just kill him and then mount doesn't drop at the end. Yeah, I called it without even looking. That mount is never dropping. Yeah, the guy sucks as melee, but he's great as a caster. You're terrible, Cloudy. Notice how we're just kind of going around the massive pillar in the middle there. It makes sense to me, though, that heir would be the one that has the actual aristocracy. Not just because of the pun I just said, but because from what we learned of Al-Akir himself, he is the tactician. He's the one who actually thinks about what he's doing and actually plans out attacks and strategies and battles and all that fun stuff, rather than just being Ragnaros, whose strategy can be best described as burn! And Neptulon, whose primary strategy involves not letting other people know things, so he's more of a manipulative kind of a person. And, of course, Therazane, whose strategy is basically leave me alone. Of the three, of the four, what I'm trying to say is the most civilized, the most leaning towards a civilization element seems to be, at least in my opinion, heir. And yeah, that is true, isn't it, Dakota? Heir being the thinkers, basically. Also, we see here my Death Knight, my actual Death Knight, is Unholy, because we all know Unholy is better than Frost. No, I'm just kidding. I do prefer Unholy to Frost. I'm really curious what they're doing with it in Legion, because it looks like they're really making it much more disease-spec'd than it used to be. You're terrible, Psychotic. I just want you to know that. You're terrible. So this is a... Oh, I should have read the dragon thing, sorry. Altarius is an immense storm worm. Altarius maintains an unending vigil over the towering platforms of the Vortex Pinnacle. The very energies of the storms pulse through the wind currents that buffet the elemental fortress. Dun, dun, dun. This is a good time as any to talk about something I've been meaning to talk about for a while, too. No, Nicholas. And I never will. Because I would have to go arena-ing. So I suppose technically yes. There are elemental dragons. Now, on the one hand, you're probably like, oh, well, duh, Arsh. But no, what I mean by this, as we learned from the book, proto-dragons themselves were already elemental creatures. They were already like half-element, half-flesh creatures. So the idea of there being full elemental dragons isn't really all that surprising. My only real question is where they came from, if they're a natural evolution or something like that. Because we do see there are stone dragons and there are air dragons. We just fought an air dragon, and we will encounter stone dragons later. In fact, Xylom has been flying around on a stone dragon. To my knowledge, we've never seen a water dragon or a fire dragon. But there will be another type of dragon we'll be encountering in Legion, which is all I'm going to say about that right now, which, again, elemental dragon type thing. So this is Assad. The fearsome elemental Assad was named Guardian of the Vortex Pinnacle by Al-Akir himself, with Siamat, Lord of the South Wind, imprisoned by the Neferset. Assad believes he may ascend to the Conclave of Wind if he performs his duties well. So he's looking to take over Siamat's position, which is funny, because as we mentioned...
You tread upon the sacrosanct! Mortals have no place amidst the clouds!
Ahem. Because as we mentioned, Siamat's probably the only one left. Hey, it's that terrible gun that I hate. Mortal. So, you might be asking, lore-wise, what are we doing here, other than just fighting the minions of Al-Akir? Well, I actually have an answer for you on that. If you'll give me a moment. Don't worry, I wasn't committing suicide. I was just jumping off. We're here to rescue this guy. A Rom-Kehen Tol'vir, who was basically captured here and was being tormented, and then gave us intel on what was going on here and to help us to defeat the forces of air. Nah, Charlord, that would take too much time. 80 gold is not worth it to me. Screw that gun. This is home to a very buggy quest that we'll be trying to do later. And I just wanted to give you some insight into the design of these things here. as you can see, the bottoms of these things actually taper out like that. See? Still looks really cool. I love that design. Anyways. Yeah, I know, Nicholas. I would still require arena ranking to do it, which is never happening. So, I may PvP in Legion. In fact, I probably will PvP in Legion. But, I will not win. You know, I will not get a good arena ranking. But, you know, I think we should take out the problem at its source. Who's with me? Who here thinks it would be in our best interests to remove Alakir from power and destroy the Council of the Four Winds? And to not get the mount to drop, because it won't drop, it never does. So, welcome to the Throne of the Four Winds. First, most obvious thing to get across. Yes, that's Alakir himself right there. Yes, this is in the Plane of Wind. Yes, when we kill him, he is going to permanently die, along with the other winds. With Siamat, Lord of the South Wind, imprisoned by the Neferset Tol'vir, all Akir lieutenants are trying to fill the power vacuum that now exists in the Conclave of Wind. The remaining Conclave members are Anshal of the West, whose gale can heal allies or poison enemies. Rohash of the East, whose tempests can grind mighty mountains to dust. And Nazir of the North, whose frigid storms have claimed more lives than the other Cardinal Lords combined. So yeah, that's the other one. West Wind was the one I was forgetting, the healing wind. So this was a very fun fight to do back in the day. I actually never really got to do it proper. Like I've done this, you know, in a 10-man and whatnot, but I've never got to actually do this when this was new content. Which is a shame, because the whole concept of the fight is great. You basically have to kill all three relatively at the same time. You got about a minute. And they're going to be slowly building up, and they're going to destroy stuff, and it's great. I'm not going to go over all the mechanics, but it's a very, very complicated coordination fight between... And you have to jump between the platforms and make sure that you have him dead last, yada, yada, yada. Soloing this took a little bit of coordination back in the day, too. Nowadays, I've got it pretty much down. One more. There we go. Anytime you're not on a platform, they do this horrible doom attack. So technically, I should be dying right now because they're destroying me. In fact, you'll notice I am taking a decent amount of damage, despite being 100 in raid gear. Uh-oh. Jump cap! Yep, jump cap. Wow! I've actually never had that happen in the middle of that fight. Seriously. I've never had that happen in the middle of that fight. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. I've had that happen to me, Necro. The bug out. Alright. Let's heal up. Whoa, crap. Okay, that's not what I wanted at all. I suppose I'll accept it for lack of any other option. Alright, okay. Yep, alright. Yep, that's how that worked. Apparently if you just stand there for like 30 seconds while you re-log in, you die. Who frickin' knew? I am at 691 item level. All LFR, of course, because I don't have access to anything else. And I do not have this Wind Drake. Or the one in the dungeon. So these are the two Wind Drakes I'm missing. And I'm missing the Stone Drake, excuse me, the two Stone Drakes. One from the random rare in Deepholm, and one from the boss. And yes, Sir Knuckle, that guy over there is technically the weakest Oh, you mean, is Alakir the weakest elemental lord? Debatable, but I'd say yes. That idea does not appeal to me, Best Exp. The idea of pugging it is something I can tolerate in LFR because the fights are so stupid that I don't have to worry about success rate. I really genuinely do not have the time to just burn hours into failed attempts on a boss, you know? B, I don't know. I guess that's really it. That's my one thing. That's my complaint. And by the way, Alakir looks really cool, I think. I actually still want a transmog off him on my rogue, but my rogue isn't geared enough to solo this fight yet, so... yeah. So let's try this again. Oh my god, shut up. I know I have things done. No, I enjoy raiding. Although, I do not enjoy wiping endlessly, so, you know. Don't bug this time. Thank you. I might be going a little too slowly. We'll find out in a second. God damn it. Yeah, the other one got back up. That took too long, and the other one got back up. You know what? Go away. I can't even tell what my cooldowns are right now. My UE is so bugged at the moment. Ah, there it is. 9 seconds left. If I can live for 9 seconds, I might have this. No! Although that is an amusing drop. I'm playing off of an SSD. I'm gonna give this one more try and then I'm gonna give up, because I don't actually care that much. I just kind of wanted to show off the content. It's not like there's a lot of lore to share here, other than the fact that we do permanently kill Al-Akir. And we also permanently kill his 3 council members. So they're dead, they're gone, they're erased from existence. They're not coming back, because we kill them on their home plane. The funny thing is we don't know what impact that had, because they never follow through on the storyline. Like, they even mention, oh, Ragnaros will eventually be replaced, but they don't say anything about what's going on with the Wind Lord. So, yeah. Let's just do this. I am in the right stance. Yeah, I'm in the right. You know what? I just realized my problem. I didn't have the Shaw of Happiness on my side. New strategy. Screw subtlety. Screw the old strat. Just die. Just die. Just die. Just die. Thank you. Now, if I don't bug out, we're good. I suppose that was true to begin with, anyways. Just in case we do bug out. What? Why did that happen? Okay. I'm not even sure what that one was. Well, that's funny. Okay. Now to start over, because... yeah. Hey, buddy. So that's 3 deaths by bug. I think I'm just going to give up on this boss fight. Just, wow. 3 deaths by bugs. Funnily enough, I have never had either of these bugs happen to me in this fight before. These are new to me. I'm going to go ahead and chalk this up to marathon luck, I think. You know what? One more try. Slightly variant strategy. Slightly. No, I'm doing 25. I suppose I could turn the diff down. Fine. Hang on. Yeah, I'm doing 25 heroic, by the way. Because I can. But, fine. Normal. 10. Let's go. Last attempt for realsies. I have no idea, Meter Madeira. Yes, it is Dakota. I'm not even going to deny it. I have killed these guys 25 heroic solo many times because I farmed this mount. Because god damn it. I haven't done it lately because I haven't been mount farming lately. And they're dead. Fun fact, a lot of people didn't know how to reach Alakir. So this is a little bit sad. Alakir has no voice actor. So what he says is, the Conclave of Wind has dissipated. Your honorable conduct and determination have earned you the right to face me in battle. Mortals, I await you on the platform. So, we're going to obliterate him because this is 10 normal. And then comes the awesome phase, where he gets rid of the ground. And you go fight him in this massive whirlwind of awesome. And, of course, I just destroyed him because it's 10 normal, but whatever. The thing I find most interesting about this is Al-Akir is mentioned as if he has some semblance of decency to him. And I'm not sure why that is. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would be true, you know? Also, fun little fact, if you mount, you go much slower in here, despite the fact that you're still flying. Look at this. And this is dismounted speed, for reference. Anyways. So with that, Al-Akir is removed from the board. And I have 1 hour to finish the next series of quests, which I think I might be able to do. Speaking of the whole unfinished thing, the entirety of these raids kind of feel unfinished. Like, the mechanics are great, but the lack of voice acting in a raid? How often does that happen? That was the kind of thing that happened in vanilla. That's not really a thing anymore. I mean, hell, voice acting is commonplace in dungeons, let alone a raid. That and the fact that there's basically no story there to it is just kind of... What's this? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, Skywall in general felt rushed, just like Oldm in general felt rushed. It is a bit of a shame, but what are you going to do about it? And yeah, even vanilla raids did have voice acting here and there. You know, Molten Core didn't have much, but it did have some. But yeah, huge praise to the art design of Skywall in general. I do hope we get to see more of Skywall in the future. We'll see, I suppose. If we ever have like an elemental expansion that isn't Cataclysm, maybe that'll be a thing. Wow, this place looks cool. But I'm not supposed to be in here. Alright. So, this is where we're about to do reference central, guys. Hate to point that out, but it's true. So,
You need something?
it seems I'm not the only one interested in these obelisks.
For the Alliance.
Good timing. I think I can handle this guy. Maybe you could take care of a few of his friends before they make their way over here. Listen, I don't have a lot of time to talk here. These guys are excavating relics from this site and taking pieces of ancient technology that we need. I need you to check their crates for pieces of an ancient activation device. The officers should have the codes. Hurry!
See you later.
You sure you got that fight there, buddy? I mean, I can help you beat him. Hell, I can even help you kill him. Shoot. If that's what you're after. But okay, whatever. We'll just keep on keeping on. So these are all Schnotz troopers. Schnotz is suspiciously well funded. But then again, it kind of makes sense. Right. We'll talk a little bit more about Schnotz and the political realities of him later. Yeah, what Stukov says is true. I don't even remember off the top of my head what Alakir's voice sounds like, but he is voiced in Hearthstone, which was the first place he was voiced in, which is sad. Yes, in Hearthstone. If you give me a moment, I could probably look that up, actually. Just so you could hear it. Give me a second. Alakir. No. Here we go. Yeah, Alakir had what we call randomly generated loot, aka junk loot. Yeah, very rushed thing, especially for an elemental lord.
Winds, obey my command!
There's Alakir's voice actor. If you notice, that's the same guy who voiced Siamat, by the way. So, yay. By the way, Zawan, you may or may not be amused by this. All of Schnotz people are using guns and bombs and helicopters and explosives and just all sorts of stuff, which is higher tech. So if you're wondering if everyone in the setting uses swords and guns and swords and hammers and not guns, no, The bad guys use guns. This manual describes outlandish theories on how to efficiently manage large groups of workers as they engage in massive excavation projects. After a quick skim of the material, it becomes clear to you that the author of the book is in figure of the over-aggressive pillagers here. A map on the back cover indicates the author has a bunker in the southwest of Uldum. 6 of these damn things. Hey, Zagoten. I don't know if you saw that I saw your thing, but I saw your thing. And I liked it, and I tweeted it to make sure other people could see it. By the way, everyone should go watch Zagoten's video. It's pretty cool. In fact, you should do that instead of watching me. I'm terrible. So, let's go ahead and discuss the 2 reasons why Schnotz is well-funded and well taken care of, and generally, you know, on top of the game, technologically speaking, and in terms of backing. Number 1, because he has the financial backing of the Twilight's Hammer. As we've discussed before, the Twilight's Hammer is really, really well entrenched financially and infrastructure-wise. They're good to go when it comes to that. Toss me the link to the video really quick. Sure, I'll relink it.
Greetings.
Have you got a Titan activation device? That's the second reason. Because Schnotz is a Nazi reference, and the Nazis were well-equipped and well-industrialized and had the technology and blah, blah, blah. Alright, this guy just won't go down.
Have a good one.
It's a relief. Thanks, Xylom. I've got my hands full
See
here.
you around. Have a good one.
Just don't go down. You're doing great, kid. Only one left thing to do. According to my research, there should be a Titan statue down below. Use the device to activate it and break it down.
See you later. Hey there.
My dad always told me the big fellas hit hard, but that they're slow. Pretty sure my dad never met this
For
guy.
the Alliance.
So yes, as we can see, the references will rule this section. Or see it burnt to ashes around them. Thank you. Here's the link for anybody who wants to see Zagoten's video. I probably should have clicked the video to make sure it is the right one. Yep, it's the one. Okay, we're good, we're good. It's a little pet project Zagoten has been doing for 3 months now? 2 months? A while. Alright, I choose your power. I activate the lens of the sun. Oh crap, I kill the guy. Okay, I loot the sun. Guys, I have looted the sun. That's kind of terrifying. Whoa, hello, that goes way down there. It's almost as if this facility is actually built very, very far into the depths of the earth, as it would have to be if it's actually, you know, going to re-originate the world, the entire world, because that's its job, is to... dang it. Okay, fine. Do it! Pause the stream! Give in. Yeah, pretty much, Dakota. There it is. Let's see if this mechanism still works. According to Harrison's note, placing the lens on the dais should reactivate the obelisk. What that means, well, we'll find out. Holy crap! Okay, we have activated the obelisk. I'm not sure what that means still. What have we done? What have we done? We have activated the second of the 4 obelisks. In case you're not paying attention, we're basically turning on the Hall of Origination. Maybe we shouldn't do that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but maybe wiping out all life on the entire planet is a bad thing.
What can I do?
Okay, I've softened this guy up. How about you help me finish him off? I've got a plan for our escape, but it'll require guns and luck. You ready?
See you around.
Yeah, sure. What do I have to do? Just get a wrench here. Punk! Quick, into the plane! Oh, it'll be fine, Schmeidhoff. Indiana Jones reference. Seriously, look at all these these planes and all this technology they have. Look at all this. Schnotz is way too well funded. But I shouldn't say that. That's not what I mean. He is actually exactly as funded as he should be. And I already explained why. It's okay, he's fine. He's fine. His boots survived. Also, this is probably one of the better turret sections because of the innovation of actually seeing the turret and the aiming reticule right there. Which is something they'd never done before. That's right. The Desert Fox. Yeah, for those of you not aware, he actually has a lucrative business involving skinning as well. Also, for some reason, the Horde pretended to be part of his organization. I say pretended to because he actively helps us fight against him. Whereas the Explorers League openly fights against him. It's probably the one and only time in the history of forever that the Reliquary and the Explorers League have both been united in a given task. You know, Jones, maybe you should let me fly. I mean, you don't seem to know where we're going, buddy. Just a thought. Oh, crap. And yes, the missiles are homing, because of course they are. Suppose I just use the missiles. Oh, right. Oh god, there's too many. Okay, so this is admittedly where the flaws of Oldham start to show. This mission should have probably already ended. This is going on a little bit too long. Now, it is about to end, but still. It's just that whole lack of polish thing again. Don't even start, Spirit. We've already had that argument like 50 times. Let's not get into it again. That doesn't surprise me, Dakota.
Can I help you?
Good work back there, Xylom. Looks like we've lost them, for now at least.
Be careful.
Yep, so... Filthy, stinking eels. I'm in combat. I'm stuck in combat. With a plane that's on a different layer than me. Oh, there we go. It despawned. We've kind of had to make it a forbidden topic, Spirit, because it got a little bit bad a couple of times. And of course, the topic just keeps coming up. Why do we use swords? 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 After a while, it gets old, you know. Orb of Frost just goes forward in whatever direction you're facing when it's cast. It doesn't actually target something. It is actually a projectile rather than a homing seeking or whatever. Also, I just want to enjoy this brilliant-looking desert for a moment. Look at this. Look at it. Alright, time to go to the Nazi... Schnazi base camp here. I did too, Duke. In fact, there was a gun off of Gorefiend that I used to use.
State your business.
So this guy, Belloc Brightblade. Obvious reference to Belloc from the movies. However, this is actually a member of the Reliquary. Oh, look, it's one of Schnotz's little pamphlets. I'll be taking that from you, if you don't mind.
Lorerun.
The commander's quite busy right now, I'm afraid. The demands of an operation such as this require much of his attention these days. While you wait to speak with him, why don't you mingle with our guests? We've invited a variety of Azeroth's most illustrious figures to be present when we unlock the secrets of this region.
Remember the sun well.
There's Commander Schnotz, by the way. I actually don't know the answer to that, believe it or not, Zoan. Like, I know that it goes out and... Okay, actually, I kind of do know the answer. So, what happens is the orb goes out like this, right? In whatever direction you're facing, like I said. It doesn't actually do any damage, though. The orb doesn't. It's basically continuously casting, like, a AoE effect around it. And that spell, centered around the orb, is what's actually doing the damage of the Frost Orb, Frozen Orb. I don't know, Dakota. Privileged socialite. Hey, what's up?
You need something?
I saw them loading a shipment of artifacts into the bay. It was the most gold I've ever seen in one place. Lady, I could tell you stories.
See you around.
No, we'll get to gobbles, trust me.
Hello.
I'm working on a biographical piece for the Commander Schnotz, among other things. You'll have to excuse me.
Safe travels.
Here's the aspiring starlet.
Our enemies will fall.
Exquisite weather here, wouldn't you say? Ah, yes. How have you been enjoying your time here? Oh, it's been wonderful. The commander is so confident, and that accent. I must admit he's quite captivating. Do you know if he's married? Not sure. Anything else you can tell me about him? Word has it he's been in... that some of the relics of these parts hold mystical power. He seems to be fascinated with such things. Oh, what do you think about the troops he's arming? Seems a little excessive, no? I'm sorry, Death Knight. I don't really know enough to discuss those things, and honestly, I'd like to keep it that way.
Remember the sun well.
Sure. Arcane guest registry. I like that. It's actually a hard thing. Whichever you prefer, Duke. Doesn't matter.
Hi.
Ah, say, raise a glass, me friend. Taking the sights here. This entire region's been hidden away for ages, you know. What do you know of our generous host, sir? Well, just look at the treasure he's accumulated. I'm not comfortable with his methods, but there's no denying the results. Best not to dwell on any unpleasant thoughts. It's bad manners, you know. Well, what is it brings you to these parts? Speculation, me dear boy. Once our eager little furrier has unearthed enough treasure, he'll be one of Azeroth's most influential figures. We'll all be properly positioned when that comes to pass.
See you soon.
I love the politics of this quest chain, by the
Our
way.
enemies will fall.
They're not actually discussed that much, but they make a lot of sense to me, and I like that. I need the budding artist. Oh yeah, and the menacing emissary.
Hey there.
My advice to you is simple. Do not get in the way.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Yes.
The budding artist. Now, isn't this the place to be? Touring unexplored corners of the world with like-minded fellows. What could be better? Well, indeed. And how do you find the commander, friend? He's a bit animated for my tastes, but the world needs all kinds, I suppose. Why do you ask? Well, his troops, his guards, they seem a little intense. I see what you mean, I suppose. You know, I'm just here because I want to expand my horizons a bit. See the world. I'm not terribly concerned with the goings-on of others. Nice to meet you, though.
Shorel.
In my opinion, Zawan, basically none of these people are bad people. These are, I mean, at worst, we've got, like, the refined gentleman who is willing to invest in bad business because he wants to improve his career. And that is bad, but nowhere near as bad as, you know, the actual Schnotz themselves. Most of these people are just here because they're the wealthy elite gathering around someone else who is very wealthy and elite, you know. Where's the ambassador? There he is.
Hey there.
This is quite the operation, wouldn't you say? It's quite an operation indeed. What do you think of our host? I must admit I'm intrigued by his ambitious little upstart. I'm not one to rush to judgment, mind you, but I've heard some unsettling rumours. Time to see if his motives are just. I've encountered his enderlings in the field. They've been quite hostile. I'm not surprised. So many questions I can't ignore. Why are all the weapons for an archaeological dig? What's being done with the unearthed relics? Under what authority is this being conducted? The answers don't seem to be forthcoming. I'll just have to find out for myself, I suppose.
See you later.
Also, I find myself wondering who this ambassador is from. I mean, I could say he's a human, and therefore he is from the Alliance, but that's about all I've got to go on that one. By the way, I can't kill gobbles. Just pointing that out. We've already done BC, Duke. So, yes, but in the past.
Anaria Shola.
I trust you had no trouble fitting in with our guests. Black Citadel? You mean Black... What's Black Citadel? I'm confused. What's Black Citadel? The commander can be most generous to those who demonstrate their loyalty, and I know something you can do to curry favor with him. Before building his workforce, he dealt with the furs of animals. He is quite skilled in the art of leatherworking. The furrier can do wonders with even the most tattered of pelts.
The reckoning is at hand.
Speaking of the furrier, I'm really bad at this, so I'm going to try to do my accent as best as I can, okay?
There is much to be done in this region, Workin. We both have a burning passion for the ancient technologies here, do we not? Perhaps there is way for us to work together. Let us put the misunderstandings of the past behind us. Now, there is a elusive animal in the region to the east I have been hunting. Bring me this creature as token of your sincerity. Maybe I'll let you in on the operation.
I can't do a stereo... I can't do... Okay, so, for those of you not aware, there are two types of German accents. There's real German accents, and then there's movie German accents. Or Hollywood German accents, if you prefer. I actually can't do either of them. But he is supposed to be speaking with a movie German accent, which I can't do at all. Gotcha, Duke. No, yeah, a Black Temple we did in the past, after we did Outland. So, that is happening pretty much towards the end of the Outland run. This quest sucks. Just saying that. Me and my friend had terrible drop rate luck with this quest when we were going through it, and we needed 10 because there were 2 of us and they didn't share. I cannot do a German accent, no. At all. I can't do German language, I can't do German accents. I got nothing. It's funny because actually my family is like, I guess I am 16th or 8th German. I'm not sure which, but whatever. Not quite Ogre Key level, but this was, for us, this was another one of those troll ears situations. Because they're not that common of a spawn, and if any other players are here, there's a lot of competition for them. And they don't have a 100% drop rate. This quest, and yeah, we were up to 1 so far. So not as bad as the Ogre Key, but definitely bad. Look at this, we're still at 1. Oh, and there's the fox. Hey, what's up? Yes, I just captured the desert fox for the Furrier. Get it? By the way, I'm sorry, I did misspeak earlier, let me make this clear. There's not just 2 German accents. I was making the point that there's a difference between real German accents, because I understand that there are multiple German accents, because I'm not an idiot, and Hollywood German, which is my point. What, this Drake? This is the volcanic stone Drake. Right here. This is the one you get for doing the Cataclysm Heroics. At least I think it is. Oh my god, drop! And you notice we have another player here. Of course we do. Actually, I have gotten that Duke. I'm not sure if I even have it anymore. I think I do, but I'm not sure. It'd be in my bank if I still have it. Oh my god. Come on. By the way, in case you're wondering why they call him the Furrier, it's because they're trying to make him sound like the Führer. By which I mean they're referring to him as a furrier. He was a heavy leatherworking, skinning pelt vendor. That's how he made his fortune. Before he got recruited by Deathwing. Oh yeah, spoiler alert, the Nazi analog is working for the guy trying to destroy the world. Who'd have thought? Oh, gotcha, Mind Blast, sorry. I personally have heard two different types of accents, of Swedish accents. I don't know like which one is which or how to distinguish them. Several speedrunners in the speedrunning community are Swedish, and I've heard two distinct accents amongst several of those people. That's all I got, though. I don't know how many more there are. Just link it to a mod, Jengis, and then the mod will link it, if they approve of it, of course.
The dark times will pass.
Were you successful in your hunt? Oh, these are exquisite. The commander will be able to make a winter uniform with these. We have a strict policy in all ranks, one we take most seriously. It's called fascism. Oh, excuse me. Our troops are to dress in official uniform at all times. This helps with organization, friendly fire incidents are reduced, and it keeps the troops looking wonderful. We call it fashionism. You guys, this isn't going to stop, guys. The references are just going to keep coming, and so are the puns. Fashionism. We've been running low on uniforms lately. I must ask you recover the troopers that have fallen in the line of duty. Okay.
We will have justice.
Have you captured this desert fox, Death Knight?
I can't even do it. I can't do it. I can't even do Hollywood German.
Ah, you've done it. Perhaps we can trust you with more serious matters. There is something that I need handled, Horgan. My most trusted advisor has run afoul of an ancient curse. A hex that has transformed the man into a turkey of all things. I have studied for days to find a remedy for his condition, and I am finally ready to conduct the ritual. I will require several idols from the nearby ruins. You are to bring them to me at once. Dismissed. Dr. Venkman has one of my greatest researchers until he had to be put out of my misery. He did leave none of his greatest accomplishments, however. Against the properly attuned supernatural adversary, this weapon will siphon the target's essence. This is of key importance in the rituals I'll be attempting. Where do you come in, you ask? Well, simple. You have the privilege of collecting the material. The French are... How'd I do? No? Okay. Nazi troll? How do you do... What kind of accent is it, man? It's a troll accent. What does RAF mean? Oh, by the way, so in case you don't get it, a brilliant professor named Venkman... This is going to be kind of hard to do, actually. Okay, yep, hang on. Okay. Let's take off the weapon. A brilliant professor named Venkman created a weapon that's basically a Ghostbuster device. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on, he was... Hang on. Oh, right. Recruit a friend. Yes, we have become a true Worgen. And we are to collect 8 of these idols. I thought he said... No, 8 it is. 8 it is. We'll get him 8. Ignore the ghosts who have been killing his other troops. I'm sure they're not relevant. That is hilarious, by the way, Permius. I don't know what Lavid is, the one, but what? I claim innocence. Yeah, weird, isn't it, Nicholas? Although I felt that way in Origins as well, but I actually played Origins after Mass Effect 2, believe it or not. Seriously. I was a little late to the Origins party.
Yeah, pretty much, Tim's up. They're like, alright, look, just get it all out of your system. Yes, okay, yes, someone. We are a wee bit over-leveled at the moment. As Permeus and I have both mentioned in the past, sometimes it's kind of a pain being over-leveled. Like, you go to do a level 30 quest, and it requires you to not kill an enemy, and you're like, and you're level 100 trying to get your achievement or whatever, and it's like, okay. God, that's terrible, Permeus. You know what I like to think? Oldum was the zone where they wanted to purge themselves of puns. It's like, alright, let's just get it all out of our system. Let's just do it. And get it over with. So, Spirit of Memory, maybe because they're Pandorans? So they thought maybe the Pandorans should be like pandas? I don't have a good answer for you, man. Maybe I'm biased because I actually freaking like the Pandorans. But yeah. I also admit I am fully a victim of pendulum theory when it comes to the Pandorans. Because there was so much negative feedback about Pandaria. And, oh, it's the worst expansion ever, and it's the worst expansion ever, and I hated everything about it, blah, 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 blah. Got tired of it. But what can you do? I'd admit the music around here is a little weird sometimes. You know what we could have had, though? We could have had... Never mind, someone got there before I did. I mean, I get it, but like I said, and I've told Zawan this too, the only legitimate grievance I've ever heard about Pandaria, like as far as hating Pandaria, is... Well, that's not true. One of the only legitimate grievances I've ever heard was the fact that we didn't get other expansions instead. Like, that's the grievance. My own grievances with Pandaria have to do with the way they released content. Like, Pandaria came out, amazing. Loved it. Loved leveling, loved the initial endgame. First patch came out. Oh my god, incredibly awesome amazingness. Absolutely loved everything about it. Second patch came out. Holy crap, this is freaking incredible. So the first patch was the Operation Shield Wall stuff. The second patch was the Throne of Thunder stuff. Yes, God, yes, please. I am rapturous here. And then there was a pause, and then there was a bad patch, arguably the worst patch in WoW history, where they came out with the Battlefield Barons garbage. And I hated that. Absolutely loathed it. And then there was a really long pause, and then Siege of Orgrimmar came out with Timeless Isle, which I did not like, and, of course, a good raid, but that was it. And it was like, well, shoot. And then there was a really long pause before Warlords. That's my complaint about Pandaria, the way they staggered the release thing. You're not baiting me into it, Zawan. We'll talk about it when we get there.
The eternal sun guides us.
Were you able to recover the uniforms we need? Most efficient work, Death Knight. You should rise rapidly through the ranks.
Keep your wits about you.
So, I brought your 8 items. So this is the Worgen Death Knight I've heard so much about. Well, as you know, there is none of that obelisk that has yet to be activated. When the time comes to restore this ancient mechanism, will you be there? Will history remember you? That depends. I should try to do a really stereotypical. That depends on your willingness to cooperate. Have you brought me the idols working? These look to be of sufficient quality. With these, we are one step closer to cleansing ritual. Yes, little man, were you successful? Very good. You have earned yourself place at the ritual. You shall be among the first to welcome Gobbles back to his original form. Also, Gobbles. Gobbles. Nazi. At last, the time has come to set me Gobbles free of that nasty curse.
Pay attention now, working and stay on guard. There can be no interruptions while I perform the ritual. Let me know your security period. It's actually kind of hard to go that far into the accent. Very well, then let me just check my notes one last time. Yeah, simple, simple. Oh, Gobbles, we're ready to begin. Come, come. Hold on, Gobbles. Everyone stand back. What? My poor Gobbles. What could have possibly gone wrong? I followed every last detail. Wait a second. What's this? You brought me only 8 idols. As this ritual specifically calls for 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
That was probably not the transformation Schnotz was hoping for.
Gobbles will be sorely missed, but the mission must not suffer. Perhaps there is something you can do to redeem yourself. Take one of the uniforms you recovered. While wearing it, my workers will not behave so aggressively. Lately, their morale has been a bit lacking. Some of the workers are refusing to perform their actions. Oh, the audacity. Find these lazy imbeciles and convince them they must get to work or else.
And no, I never saw Revenant, and do not plan to. It's too hot to work out here in these uniforms.
Enough slacking! Get to work.
Believe it or not, Zagoten, not that I'm aware of. Maybe there was some, I don't know. I mean, Blizzard gets feedback for literally everything, ever. Negative feedback, I mean. You know, people complain, is what I'm trying to say. They could literally, like, I've said this before, they could literally release, like, the candy dispenser in their game, and people would be like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill some laborers while I'm here. They signed up for this. They know what they're getting into.
Back to work, you lazy dogs. Like Alec Baldwin.
Sorry. Funnily enough, you only get credit for the ones you don't kill. Well, I do know that Blizzard is not popular in Germany. For reasons that are things I honestly don't want to get into. I shouldn't say in Germany, that's being too generic, but I know that the German government has gone after Blizzard several times for several reasons. I do not know if they've ever gone after them over this stuff. And I really don't want to get into a discussion about German politics right now. So if we could avoid that, that would be awesome. Please and thank you. I was happier as a Waste Wanderer. By the way, you remember the Waste Wanderers? I've been meaning to talk about this for a while now. No, I do not at all, Duke. Yeah, exactly. That's why I had to clarify my statement, meter. No, I didn't say the German government hates WoW. I said the German government hates Blizzard. Let's get our statements clear here. In Tanaris, there was a huge tribe of bandits and people who were not actually a part of the South Sea or the Steamweedle, who were basically independent agents and kind of bastards
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty much all of them were bought off by Schnotz when he made his excursion here into Oldm, and a huge amount of them came under his control. And it actually makes kind of sense when you think about it. Hang on a second. Anywho, lost my train of thought. So it makes sense to me that they, rather than just those guys going and off and being destroyed and whatever, they were basically paid off by someone who has a crap ton of money in order to, come work here instead. So, well done, Death Knight. There may be hope for you yet.
Glory to the Sindori.
There is a delicate situation that calls for the objective discretion of an outsider. You see, an unfortunate incident has upset some of our guests. Rest assured, our top men are sorting out the details. Top men. In the meantime, it would be wonderful if you could calm our more squeamish visitors. Handle this well, and the Furier is sure to hear of it.
Farewell.
Yeah, they have no reason to go to F2P. If they ever reach that point, WoW is basically died. And they might do that as that final life support thing, but if they ever do get to that point, WoW will have effectively ceased to exist as a functional updating game. So, the ambassador's dead.
You need something?
Something or someone is done in the ambassador. Well, who could have done such a thing? Who knows? He is becoming quite critical of the operation, but that's not proof of anything. Will you investigate the murder? Who, me? I'd hardly consider myself qualified to... No, I think should not. Will you at least write about it? Well, what? Well, in the midst of such an exciting excavation, I'm not certain that it's appropriate to focus on such a thing. It would make for a troubling story,
See you around.
Well, what do you think, Miss Privileged Socialite? Also note how she's Gilnean.
How are you?
Don't touch me. What's happening? Calm down. Is it alright? You're gonna be alright. No, of course I'm not alright. I've never seen an actual corpse before. I've seen 1,000 gnome corpses. That's the wrong thing to say right now. Did you see what happened? He came stumbling out of the barracks. I screamed for help, but the guards wouldn't even look at me. Maybe you should go lie down for a while. Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
See you later.
I find the idea that there is still people unused to the horrors and realities of violence in Warcraft interesting. Given how widespread and commonplace war and death and violence are in this setting, the idea that there are still people who, I'm going to put this as bluntly as I can, are normal, I like that. I like that idea. Because that's kind of how it is in real life. If you'll forgive me for pontificating for just a second, there are plenty of people who have never seen a corpse in person, in real life, in front of their eyes. There are people who don't actually understand what it's like to be punched in the face, who don't know what real violence actually feels like and how terrible it is. And I like that. People shouldn't have to know that kind of thing, So...
What can I do for you?
How unfortunate. Let's get this cleaned up, shall we? We wouldn't want to make any more of this than it needs be. Wow, I like how the dwarf is this guy. Don't you want to know what happened to the man? I'm curious, of course, but what's done is done. You wouldn't want to stir up any unnecessary panic. That simply wouldn't be prudent. So your only concern here is your stake in this operation. Certainly not. I mean, I do have my entire fortune at risk here, and honestly, what's a little public crisis gonna do anyone?
Watch your back.
Victory lies ahead.
What's happening out here? Do you see that man's wounds? What kind of monster does that? Just take a deep breath. Did you see anything? No, but I don't want to... I don't have to have seen it, and we're all gonna die. Do you hear me? Just relax. Panicking will only make it worse. Easy for you to say, I'm not cut out for this. I need to find a way out of here.
Stay the course.
Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I'm not sure, Darch. I think that might be the despawn control. It is something that's relatively new in WoW. Like, as of Kata, I believe, when they figured that one out. I like that idea, by the way, Schmidolf. Hi! I'm a Death Knight, and I killed 1,000 gnomes.
Anubelore Delana.
Still a bit frazzled, are they? Well, you know what they say. Time heals all wounds, except for those of the Ambassador, of course.
We will have justice.
Right, I'm going to try one more ridiculous accent here, okay? What?
Hide your wives, hide your children, they're killing everyone up in here.
What are you talking about, Goblin? Speak!
The statues, they're alive, they're running around killing everything, stomping like this.
What are you waiting for? Get out there and stop them!
Of course, sir, at once. It would appear that another opportunity has arrived for you to redeem yourself, Wagon. This little emergency has set me back a few tank gunners. You'll think you have what it takes to fill in for one of them. The tanks are just out of the camp. Get out there and put an end to this silliness.
I don't like that accent. We'll go back to the really heavy Russian thing, I think. Can I just kill these? I mean, really, I'm a lot stronger than these things are. Nope, doesn't count. Okay, that I kind of figured. I don't really need a tank, guys. I've got a rune blade. No? Okay, okay.
Hurry, Xylon, there is little time.
Okay, I'm ready.
I worry about the driving. You worry about the shooting.
And yes, Schmatz has artillery at his installation. Some people would take this as part of the guns are superior to magical weapons argument. But we're not talking about that argument ever again, are we? Seriously, though, I just think this is indicative of the kind of backing this guy has. I honestly wonder how much of the Twilight's Hammer is backing this and how much of this is his own personal fortune. We do know he's being paid off by, well, you know, the forces of the new Black Empire. Because one of the best possible motivations for wanting to destroy the world is money. I mean, we were talking about how some of the Twilight's Hammer motivations earlier, like they want to be destroyed. But the motivation of being paid to destroy the world, including yourself, that seems a little nonsensical. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. What the heck do I know? Whoops. Damn it, this guy does not know how to drive. Hold the tank steady. God, man. Whoops. Damn it. Ah.
The scrubs will clean up the rest. Back to the base we go. It's my terrible accent. Now I must return to Schmatz.
Schnotz, excuse me. Oh my god! The building was bombed. So I'm going to go and just say this right now, in case you're not aware. That bombing attempt on Schnotz was actually done by Belloc, a.k.a. the Reliquary. Unfortunately, we rush in to save him because we're idiots.
Ugh, if I was an inch or two taller, I'd be dead. Okay, Worgen, this just got real. Someone thinks they can get rid of me that easily, We shall see about that. Nothing shall stop this work. Nothing! We should probably get out of here.
I do like avocados.
Follow me, there's much to be done.
His bodyguards are dead, of course.
Ugh, this is an outrage.
You know, I could kill you in one shot.
You take a group of miserable bandits and make them part of something historical, and this is what you'll get. I am going to find out who is behind this treachery, and you are going to help me. This work is bigger than you or me. Bigger than anyone knows. Yeah, I know, you're working for Deathwing. I know. You're trying to destroy the world. I get it. It's cool. It's cool. Halls of Origination are on the other side of the zone. These would-be assassins don't know who they're meddling with. Soon they shall learn. When they do, they will all tremble. He's got 2 menacing emissaries now. It's time like these that one learns who one's friends really are. That building did not explode by itself. Someone's trying to do me in, and you won't rest until you find out who. Noise. Start with the guests. Visit with them, observe their demeanors, and report back to me. If they know anything at all, I will have them interrogated. Dismissed! Pretentious businessman.
What can I do for you?
My life's fortune. Gone. There's no hope left.
Have a good one.
You got my attention.
I was blinded by all the excitement. Should have seen this coming from a mile away.
Off with you.
Glory to the Sindorai.
How would I ever get myself into this?
Time is of the essence.
Hey there.
This is all too much to bear. I wish I had the nerve to...
Safe travels.
And of course, the aspiring starlet actually took our advice and is laying down.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Wish I'd never come to this place.
Stay the course.
How are you?
Please, Death Knight, we need your help. We're being kept in this building against our will, and with the commander on such a tirade, there's no telling what he's going to do to us. Maybe if you were to secure some uniforms for us, we could sneak away. We should never have come here, I see that now. If you help us escape, I will write the truth of what happened here. The men on those ships are all dressed in the garb we need.
See you later.
I can make that happen. Or I can kill you all! I'm just kidding. I only killed gnomes. I would say yes, Starch. Considering reorigination reoriginates energy in addition to matter. And with their spirits just kind of off on their own, you know. Yeah. Excuse me, Captain. Need your uniform. Hope these random rich people know how to sail a ship, or man a ship. There we go. But yeah, I imagine if the... So you remember how we were talking about a while back, before the book came out, we were talking about how weird it is that the old gods seem to be in favor of reorigination, since it would probably kill them too. We had a few theories about how that would work out. For example, the idea that maybe they would survive the process, or maybe their corrupt energies would corrupt whatever new planet was made. I have a new theory. The old gods are bullets. So they don't actually care about surviving. To them, reoriginating this planet would be a victory because their own lives are meaningless to them. What do you think, guys? I guess that's true, Kamek. Happy Easter. No, I should have gotten... I need to see if I can convince someone to go hit the grocery store so I can buy some Cadbury cream eggs. Don't judge, I love Cadbury cream eggs. I love them so much. They're wonderful. And terrible, and they kind of hurt my throat like crazy, so I shouldn't actually do that. That is true, Schmeidolf. So that just leaves us with another mystery. Oreo eggs? Tell me more, Nicholas. I have had the Butterfinger eggs, and those are amazing. Unfortunately, they ran out, so... Okay, God, my back is destroying me right now. Hang on a second. Oh, God. Pain. Now, what Stukov said is my possible answer to you. Schmeidolf. Ah, it is possible. Oh my god. It is possible that the re-originated world would still have the potential to be a Titan. That it would still have the Titan soul in it, to put it into such terms. The world soul. If that's true, then they would have another chance at corrupting it, without the interference of the many, many things that have been preventing the old gods from doing that up to this point in time. I was hoping for like a link, Nicholas, on Amazon, so I could buy them like right now. Nom nom nom! Cookie!
Good day to you.
Were you able to find us some uniforms, Morgan? Well, he's a perfect. Thanks. Wish us
Safe
luck.
travels.
Good luck, guys. Everyone follow me and just act natural. What is... I'll look at it later, Jungies. Although it sounds like another person complaining about Pandaria. Also known as my favorite expansion. But I'll watch it later. I'm a little busy right now. Yes, they know nothing, you say. Very well, then. The search goes on. Yeah, it was Belloc, dude. It was Belloc. I have eyes and ears in every corner of this region. I have heard the murmurings that go on amongst its troops. I have been most tolerant of this pathetic behavior until now. I will send messages to everyone in my ranks. This dissension shall not be tolerated. You are to exterminate the captains aboard the ships in my dock. They have been among the most disgruntled. Didn't I just do that? And yeah, the captain's even above the admiral. All I have to say about that, Kamek. I'm not sure, Darch. I keep using that bullet parallel because I don't think they're supposed to be reused, if you know what I mean. They're shot, and then they happen to collide with the planet. And then they win. Otherwise, I don't think they have the ability to get back up out of a planet. Don't look natural. Alright, everyone look natural. Nonchalant. Very good. Come out back. There's someone I would like you to see. So, this quest bugged to hell and back when we first did it, and it was awesome. Like, it was super awesome. I'll explain it in a minute. So you notice how we've gone into cutscene mode. That's important. Did you really think you would get away with it, Xylem? Hmm? First you come traipsing into Oldm as if you own the place. But I killed 1,000 gnomes. Clumsily interfering with my operations. Then you mercilessly kill my loyal workers. But I... No but! Silence! Keep moving! Then on top of everything, you nearly take my life. Me! Actually, that was Belloc who... You will pay, Xylem. Death by firing squad! Dude, you... I mean... Okay. Bring it. I know you got those tanks and all, but I'm a Death Knight, dude. That's far enough. You are fortunate that I am too busy to make you suffer as you deserve. I could take it from here, my friends. Report to your masters that the problem has been dealt with. Tell him there will be no further interruptions. Oh my god. They were actually black dragons all along. Super shock. That's it. Very. Any last words? Yeah, look behind! Hey, Indy. Beat it, Schnutz.
You haven't seen the last of me, Xylam.
I like how I got his gun, which is actually just a rocket attached to a stick. Because it's goblin. So, when we did this quest for the first time, it didn't go into cutscene mode, so we were still free to walk around. So we're like, okay, that's interesting. And then we see ourselves walking through the desert. Like, we actually saw the cutscene playing. No dialogue, by the way. Just, it was playing, and we're like, okay. And so, like, it was like, you know, I was standing here like, oh no, he's about to kill me. And I was actually also standing over here like, you know, I could just kill Schnotz. And you could interact with some of the NPCs in a weird way. Like, you could actually kill a couple of them, and the cutscene would keep going, even though their bodies were, like, back there. And it was just completely wild. We completely broke reality. In fact, and we couldn't even get it working for a little bit. It took us, like, 30 minutes of just, Because once the cutscene would end, it would just be left with us. Indiana didn't show up. Harrison Jones didn't show up. So he's just like, I will now kill you. And then the black dragons flew off, and we're just standing here like, okay then. What time is it? I'm running out of time.
What can I do for you?
So, this Schnotz character's working with Deathwing. This is even more distressing than you think. Listen to this, Xylam. I knew these obelisks were linked to the Coffer of Promise, but there's more to it. There appears to be something very important about the coffer. Something pertaining to the place the Makers call the Halls of Origination. Now, we know this Schnotz fellow and his crew are working in league with Deathwing. It's all the more urgent we get there first. I'll wait for you north of here. Hurry!
See you later.
See you around, kid. Yeah, I'll get there before you. Yeah, I have plans in about an hour-ish. I might be able to finish Oldm in an hour. That'd be kind of nice. We already did the dungeons. See you around, Zoan. Hi, Zakuras, by the way. And hi, Marley. Welcome to the greatest desert known to mankind. The Kupahara Desert. Someone please know what I'm talking about. Please. Someone tell me that you know what I'm talking about. I know my references are old. I do actually have a social life, yes. Otherwise, I'd probably stream more. And work more. I would too, Gnarlix. It'd be really cool to terraform this area. In fact, now that the place is open, it's completely opening. It's open for terraforming. I'll just go ahead and tell you, nobody's going to know what the Kupahara Desert is. It's the desert in Mario Bros. 3. It actually isn't called that nowadays. Ever since they redid Mario 3 for Mario All-Stars, they call it, like, the Koopa Desert or something like that. They've changed the name. But back in the original, like, all the way in the day, in the late 80s, early 90s, it was called the Kupahara Desert. And for some reason, that's just been stuck in my head forever. It's a play on the Sahara Desert, obviously.
Can I help you?
Glad you can make it. I could use a hand here. I need to unpack and look around the area a bit. In the meantime, I have an old friend you like to like. Sula!
See you around.
Sula? I haven't watched the movies in a while. I forget how to pronounce his name. The guy played by the best actor in the universe.
Hey there.
Welcome, Death Knight. You and I are going to be good friends. I can tell already. Look at your friend. This grand adventure of yours has you in knots. You need to relax, unwind. You're too tense. And that's just going to tire you out. Trust me, I know all about relaxing. Speaking of tense, I see Jonesy brought me the one I look for. Come, friend, ride with me. Hey, War Wager. We are approaching Deathwing. We're slowly inching our way there. What a beautiful land this is, wouldn't you say? Oh my god, I can't think of his name. He played Gimli in Lord of the Rings. He was in Dune. He played, oh my god. He's an awesome actor. I can't believe I can't think of this guy. What's his name? John Rhys Davies. There we go. Some are some are easy for even simple men to discern, while others require wisdom to see. I see that Oldum will one day transform from a dangerous wilderness into a tourist magnet. People will come from all over Azeroth to marvel at her wonders, and hopefully the Cenarian Circle will show up and terraform the place. I plan on creating a wonder of my own for them to behold. Yes, War Wager, that's who that guy is. That's why I'm bringing up John Rhys Davies, because this is his character right here. And I plan to help you take part in its creation. Believe me when I tell you, Xylom, you're in on the ground floor of something big. You know, Darchmonster, I'm not sure they have any reason to get rid of them. As weird as that sounds. By the way, Gnarlix, to be clear, Forsaken Blighting is a little different than Scourge Blighting. Not that I'm in favor of either. But, you know.
Hello.
I know, Kemek. Here we are, Xylom. Great things will happen here. Magical things. One thing about me you might not know. I come from a long line of trappers. My father taught me, as his taught him, to master the art of trapping creatures in the most merciful of manners. And any master trapper will tell you the most important ingredient is an effective bait. So let's start there. Collect 5 meat scraps from any wildlife.
Have a good one. You need something? See you later.
These quests really quick here.
Safe travels.
Some see little sag pygmy as nothing worse than a pest, a vermin, or worse yet, a vile little demon. I say they are simply misunderstood. With proper care and guidance, these little fellows can turn out to be a glorious work of nature. I would like you to take these cages and capture a few of them for me. You'll need to give them a sound beating, which means you'll need to take your weapon off again. Why don't we just do that really quick here? There we go. How far are you into that, Kemek? Greetings, friend. You're always most welcome in my humble tent. Looking for something to do? Oh, I have just the thing for you. You have to, oh my god, 2 of these quests involve weakening something, so I can use a thing on it. There we go. Camels are good to have in hand regardless, but when putting together a performance the likes of my slideshow, they are an absolute must. Take this harness, use it to subdue the wandering camel. You may have to humble it first a bit, if you know what I mean. You might have to hold back your monstrous might. I do know that you killed 1,000 gnomes, after all. Okay. That one wasn't too bad. Don't romance anyone, Kemek. Don't do it, it's a trap. They're all terrible romances. But pick Meryl, seriously. Meryl's better than everyone else. Do it. Meryl for life. Okay, got 1. Except I didn't, it died. Gosh darn it. So you went with the slut. Damn it, Kemek. Disappointed in you, man. In fairness, Isabella actually has a fairly interesting story arc behind her in Dragon Age 2. Okay, got 1 pygmy. Oh my god, I hate these quests. Permeus, are you here? Share in my pain. Share in my pain, Permeus. As I know you have. Yeah, I actually genuinely didn't romance anyone in my canon Dragon Age 2 playthrough, and I never, ever plan to. They're not interesting to me. I like several of the characters in 2. Really, I do. But that's not happening. That's because that was different. That was not my canon Lorerun. Or anything like that. That would be kind of cool for me. It's just bzzz. That would be awesome. I've done that, Darker. With Sten. God damn it. Live better. Come on. Guys, I'm too good at killing. The funny thing, this is totally in lore. I'm a Death Knight. The only thing I'm actually good at is killing. God damn it! Alright, alright. Start taking off more gear here. Yep. Taking off even more gear. Now, Lunk would disagree. Oh god, imagine if we... Okay, Permeus. We have Lunk, and that's just what we have, is we could carry him around. And Lunk enables us to like, peacefully capture mobs or whatever, without killing them. Perfect! It fits in lore, and we can give it as a toy, and it'll help us to do quests like these. Bam. Fixed. Forever. You know, it wouldn't be so bad if I just had to capture one of these guys. Ah, damn it! Alright. I am now effectively gearless. I am running around in my skivvies and my fur. I don't know, it's got a kind of a ring to it, War Wager. Oh my god. It doesn't help that I'm already in a hurry. If I wasn't in a hurry, this probably wouldn't be bothering me quite as much. God, Frelling, damn it. What the shavits is up with this quest? God, I still need 2. You know what, I'm going to see if I actually need to do this quest, because if I don't, I'm just going to not do it. This is stupid. I'm probably pretty sure I do. Okay. If I can get this guy right here, if I can capture him, then we're done. We're done with this quest forever. Okay, we're done. We did it. Oh my god. No, all of my abilities actually do more damage right now. Okay, so let's get our gear back on. Why are you naked in the desert? You don't want to know. Is that everything? That's everything, okay. I got your frickin' crap.
What can I do for you?
Here. Yes.
See you around.
Here.
See you later.
Okay.
Safe travels.
Listen, you may want to take your way back to Jonesy when you get a moment. Yes, please get me the hell out of here. God, screw you and screw your quests forever. Ugh. I spit on you. Guys, new playable race. Pygmies.
You need something?
Focus, Cylon. We have to get to the Coffer of Promise before Schnotz does. Alright, kid. My research is complete. We're ready to activate the final obelisk.
For the Alliance.
Here's what I've learned. There's a Titan device called the Halls of Origination. It's meant as... Yes, I know what it does. It's only meant to be used under extreme circumstances. Ha ha. But if Deathwing's able to corrupt the Titan Watchers, he could use the contents of the coffer to trigger the device.
Be careful.
There are a few pieces of information I'm missing. One of those blanks are filled. We'll be able to activate the final obelisk. Then it'll be a race to discover the Coffer of Promise before Schnotz and his cronies do. Those fools are excavating the site as fast as they can. They're ruining more than they're looting. Get through there and rummage through their booty.
Have a good one. See you later.
Pygmy skin. You know what? There you go. There you go. We have a sub-race for goblins. Pygmies. And gilblins, I suppose. There you go. 2 sub-races for goblins. We've got it. We figured it out. Ooh. Oh, that is a large Tol'vir. Look at that guy. Holy crap. Yes, I have, Cayman. I even showed it off on stream so people could see how it works. Alright, we're in a race, guys. We gotta hurry. If we don't, Schnotz may get to the coffer before us. It is not my thing, though. The way the text is presented was a little bit more difficult for me to read. So, I prefer the paragraph there. That's why I wanted to show it off, though, so people can decide for themselves if they prefer it or not. What are you talking about, Marley? Kennedy was a mutant. We all know that. He was one of us. Oh, by the way, I'm Magneto, guys. Sorry, I've been meaning to tell you that. I'm just going to avoid the Assassin's Creed discussion right now. My opinions on the series have been all over the place. Look, I have a lot of jobs, okay? Spirit, what do you want from me? I do. Maybe I don't have a brain. Maybe I'm just pretending to. That is a good question, Permeus. I suppose it depends on what those are to begin with. Oh, right, I shouldn't be attacking this guy. Sorry, sorry. Okay, fine. Here, I'll just kill you really quick. Or just run. Is that an option? Okay, fine. Ugh. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, this is not what I wanted to do. Holy crap. Ah! Run. Run. Stop dazing me, you dickhead. Hi. I do have a daughter, so there's the Scarlet Witch already ready to go. I need to have a son still to get Quicksilver onto the roundabout. I should have been able to kill that guy. For reference, that's a black dragon, and I totally should have been able to kill him. Yes, the helmet is like, and now I must wipe out all humans and mutants and everyone. And Well, now that I've butchered and looted the place... Warning! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Elite forces on par. I guess that's true. We could have dark elves and the high elves, but I don't know. I guess only 2 races. Maybe I'm getting greedy.
Greetings.
Since dwarves have like 5. Good job with Schnott's men. Looks like you gave him something to think about.
Be careful.
Were you able to find anything? Yes. Perfect. I'll need some time to make sense of this, but the information's here. Good work. Wow, looks like you really got their attention. We're never getting in there with them on alert like this. There must be a way. It's just a matter of time before Schnott's men activate the obelisk, and I need you to I need to research the scrolls you found. I need you to figure this one out without me.
For the Alliance.
Let's go see Salah over here. Or Salah. John Rice Davies. Let's go see John Rice Davies. Lol, Dakota. Which is funny because that would mean I have 2 helmets. The Helm of Domination for the Lich King and Magneto's helmet. So one makes me be able to control every undead everywhere forever, and the other allows me to be stupid. I feel like one of these is better than the other.
Good day to you.
You know, I believe I have just the thing. It is good to have friends, Death Knight. While kindness is its own reward, there can be tangible benefits too. As some friends of mine recently intercepted a shipment of Schnotz's plunder and found something that could serve your uses nicely. It's a piece of Titan technology that renders the user nearly invisible. If you use it in the enemy camp, you might be able to rewire their explosives and make a mess of their operation.
Have a good one.
Bingo, Zakuras. What would be the result then? Wow, Permeus, that is crazy. It's a shame you have to do the refer a friend thing to even get that. See you around, Marley. Hey, I liked BVS, okay? What do you want from me, Kemek? Or not Kemek, excuse me, War Wager. Wrong person. Whoosh! I'm invisible. Maybe. I thought I was invisible. Apparently not. Alright, whatever. I'll just kill him then. It's not like I can't. Hey, buddy. Hey, come here. A dumb Lich King with Frostmourne glued to my head because of the magnetism. I love it. How do I make this a thing? Ah, crap. And the dragon's here again. Didn't I just kill you? Like, not that long ago? And then you cheated because you're secretly Kai Lang? You ass. I think that is exactly what happened. Do you mind not following me for a bit? I mean, I know your leash radius can't be that large. Seriously. Stop following me. He anchored me over there. Holy crap, this leash radius. He's still following me. Okay, you know what? Okay, fine. Do this the other way. If you don't heal this time like an ass, I'm just gonna kill you. I do not play Frost very well. I should have just gone unholy. Said screw all this. I should have listened to Zoan Joker. If you can't tell, I'm really not supposed to be able to kill this guy, given how much trouble he's giving me, despite being massively overleveled and geared. And he's stuck at 1 health. Of course he is! Really? Just really? You just aggro me and follow me until I die. That's your purpose in existence. You never de-aggro me, and you never die. You dick. It's only when you're in a hurry that you get delayed. You ever notice that? It's not a secret quest. We kill him as part of an event. Oh, go solve yourself. I have no idea, Kaiman. Legitimately, I don't. I have not even thought about it. I have deliberately gone out of my way not to think about it. To not distract myself from this lore run. However, there is a pretty good chance STO will be in the future. So I'll go ahead and tell you that. Because it's been requested. Some people also want me to do Halo. Not sure what I think of that. Once again, we run away. I do like the fact that the quest puts you back at the quest giver, rather than, you know, forcing you to fly back yourself. It's weird they only did it for, like, these 2 quests. Dear assholes. Screw you. Sincerely, me, the Lore Runner.
You need something?
I heard it from here. Wish I could have been there to see it. I'm nearly ready. The scrolls contain enough information to determine their encryption method. Now all that's left is to translate the codes. I need you to scout the chamber beneath the obelisk of the moon.
See you around.
Well then, let's do it. Dawn of War, Again, I am deliberately not thinking about it. I will say, after years of doing, of lore runs, I've kind of gotten a sense for games that make good lore runs and games that don't. Like Mega Man, I'd love to just play those games, but I could never lore run it. The density of lore to gameplay is very offset. The Zelda series is another series which I'm not sure I could ever actually do a lore run of, because it'd be like, alright, here's the lore for this section, and then play, you know. At that point, I might as well just be doing, you know, a let's play. Total War. Alright, so I'm Rome. And they're over there. Fates. What is Fates exactly, Darsh Monster? Yeah, I like it too, Chris. Oh, Fire Emblem. I have still not gotten into the Fire Emblem series, and my reasons for doing so haven't really changed yet. GTA 5. That's an interesting topic of conversation. Although I'm not sure I have anything new to say about it that I didn't already say in my quick video about it. I may be running out of games to Lorerun, guys. Okay. I actually do plan to do a stream of the Call of Duties, the good ones. By which I mean 4 and 5. Or, no, I guess that'd be 4 and 6, wouldn't it? My bad. A quick kill on Kraid saves a good 20 seconds, Maz. Being really good on Dragon and Ridley is absolutely mandatory, but most of it boils down to getting the actual movement tricks very quickly and you know, smoothly.
Hey there.
Yeah, the blind runs will be in forever. Oh no, Call of Duty 5 is good, it's just it's not part of the same story as 4 and 6. That's why I had to distinguish it. Alright, Xylem, I think everything is in order. Let's do this. Should be 2 Titan communication devices. If my translations are correct, one is a death trap and the other will accept the codes. Let's hope I get this right.
Have a good one.
Let's do this,
For the
Dr.
Alliance.
Jones. I enjoyed Call of Duty 5, yes. The World at War one, or whatever it was called. I will admit, part of the reason I liked Call of Duty 5 was the co-op mode. But I still enjoyed it in general. Alright. Codes accepted. Activating mechanism. Well, that went smoothly for a change. System failure. Internal data corruption detected. Constructing defense mechanism. Too good to be true. I might have known. Looks like we do this the hard way. Let's go! Alien isolation with death counter. Alright. Let's do this. Hey, wait for me. Ah! Here, I can't jump that high, so let me get on my flying mount.
Greetings.
Okay, I think I can do this manually, but I need your help. Yeah, this looks familiar enough. Thanks to the information you gathered from me, I'm sure I can activate the mechanism. I just need some free time. As soon as I get started, you can count on that Titan construct to stop me. That's where you come in. I don't need to remind you what's riding on this.
See you later.
Take down that Guardian! Okay. If I have to. Do I have to? I'll assume I can do. Oh, I win! Holy crap. It would be an
What can I do
incomplete
for you?
Lorerun gimmick. That should do it. Stand back!
Be careful.
Cutscenes, the zone. Welcome to Oldm. Cutscenes, the zone. Yeah, because Legacy of Kain isn't done. They just kind of left the story and didn't continue it. And don't tell me about that new Legacy of Kain game. That's an abomination. Sully!
How are you?
Jones, it tells me you need to make it up that mountain. You're not going far with those troopers crawling all over it like ants on a caucus. Some of my friends were able to confiscate a bit of the enemy's hardware. Man, his
See you
friends
later.
are everywhere. Holy crap. Seriously, dude, your friends. This is also a daily, by the way. Silent Hill Lorerun. Alright, so here we are, and everything's terrifying. And the town is kind of representing his warped and twisted mental state. Okay. Yep, yep. We can't see anything because, you know, render radius, and also it adds to the atmosphere. Yep.
Can I help you?
Alright,
See you
so
around.
this quest I wasn't bad at, but it still kind of sucks to redo. You gotta aim and time because of how long it takes for the shots to go. See, I can see where you're coming for that, Kimmick, but in my opinion, the story should have kept going, especially since the developers intended to keep going with the story. And the fact that it was just kind of artificially chopped off aggravated me. Stop screaming. You're dying instantly. By the way, the funny fact is there's actual transit time, so if you're aiming closer here, the shots actually take less time to do it. If you aim, like, up here, it takes absolutely forever for the shot to actually get up there. Doing this while other players are doing this sucks, too, because you're competing for spawns, and you're already doing that aiming way ahead thing. As you can see. This right here is another player who I'm in competition with. You're right, Jongo, I'm sorry. I will try to be more like PewDiePie immediately. Oh my god, screaming at my camera! It totally startled me, holy crap! Oh my god, I'm so scared! Five Nights at Freddy's is the best game ever! Oh my god! Wah! 3-year-old girl, wah! Notice this shot still hasn't gone off yet, by the way. That's how long it takes for that to happen. I'm amazed I hit anyone over there. Oh yeah, I gotta have the script right here. Sorry, my bad. I gotta have a script to begin with. Let's just start with that. Soda Popinski? I knew it! Come on, 3 more. Thank God. Okay, we're done massacring people. Ugh, I could have done that faster by myself, on foot.
You need something?
Good work. Now let's get over there before they can recover. Follow me! Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da. We appear to have made a mess of things, of Schnauz's forces. He sure had a lot of people working for him. Then again, there were a lot of bandits in Tanaris that were all under Schnauz. So that makes sense. I doubt it's a Godin. I like how they just had a cutscene just to show you the devastation you've caused.
What can I do for you?
So far, so good. We have to keep moving, Xylem. It's only a matter of time before those troops get their act together. The coffer should be just beyond these ruins. Stay on your toes. Let's move! Come on. Come on. Come on, boy. Ignore the giant, colossal titan of doom. Not a literal titan, it's just big. Hey, it's Schnauz. What's up, dude? I got a bad feeling about this. Thought I might see you again, Schnauz.
We met again, Dr. Jones. Thanks to your work in this region, my mission has become much easier.
I don't know what you're up to, Schnauz. Deathwing will never have the coffer. Or excuse me, I know what you're up to, Schnotz. Deathwing will never have the coffer. Not if I can help it.
Well, in that case, we must ensure that you and your friend are out of the picture. Permanently!
Death to everything. He's killing Schnotz's troops. I just feel like pointing that out.
You won't live to see your precious coffer, Jones.
Not so fast, Schnotz. So you're just leaving me to kill the frickin' Colossus. Sure. Hey, come here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. He lived through that. Oh, it didn't go off yet. There we go. I was to say it didn't go off yet. No, Takoida, no. He's too strong.
Greetings.
Good to see you're still in one piece after killing the thing the size of a freaking football field. For all we've been through, it looks like everything's actually coming together. We're steps away from the coffer. I've researched the codes to reveal it. Schnotz thinks we're dead. You know, we might pull this off after all.
For the Alliance.
Don't say that. The establishing shot. Alright, there's where the coffer is. Behind a protective inviso barrier of Titan origin. Nothing and no one could ever possibly get inside that barrier. There we go. That ought to do it. Would you look at that? It's a rupee. Xylon, we've done it!
Well done, Dr. Jones. Not only have you led me right to the coffer, but you have removed its protections. Such a pity. I would offer you a prestigious position in my organization if I didn't have to kill you. But first, you shall witness the destruction of that which you hold so dear.
Man, I don't know, Gnarlex. The coffer? You wouldn't.
Vivi, don't be such a fool. I never wanted your silly chest for myself.
The artifact is the only thing preventing Deathwing from activating the reorigination mechanism.
Once his lust for vengeance is sated, I shall be free to rule Azeroth as I... What was that? Did you hear something? No matter. In a moment, nothing will remain of any of this.
Close your eyes, kid. This ain't gonna be pretty.
Destroy thee! Wait, what is that?
And out props Braun Bronzebeard. Because of course he got there before we did. 2 steps ahead of you, Junior, as usual. Damn it, Braun. I want to hate you, but you're just too awesome.
The answers are here. I can feel it.
Lucky for you, this dwarf's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Oh, you should have seen the look on your faces. Ah, you and Junior took your sweet time getting here, didn't you? Drinking ale, taking in the sights, I wager. Don't go breaking your arm, patting yourself on the back now. The real work's just beginning. There's more to this ancient artifact than you know, but in order to reveal its secrets, we need to go to the cradle of the ancients.
Travel safe.
Hey there.
Of course I have a plan for moving the coffer. Someday, the old coot might learn to trust me. I'd planned to bring the coffer back to my lab, but it seems Braun has other different ideas. He thinks he knows how to put a stop to Deathwing's plan here in Oldm. And my buddy, Jock, is standing by on the transport, just waiting for our signals.
See you around.
Here, I'll go plant the flares so he can know to come here. So, quick question. This will be relevant in a minute. How many of you did the Halls of Stone before they changed it? Back at Wrath launch. I'll raise my hand, of course, because I did. Really, Django? What did they change? Oh, it'll be obvious in a minute. I just wanted to know how many people are going to appreciate what's about to happen.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Nice work, Claude. Looks as though everything made the trip in one piece. I'm beginning to see why Junior keeps you around. I'm not certain what to expect, so stay on your toes, huh? These codes should reveal the coffer's true purpose and present us with the tools to thwart Deathwing's efforts, so stand back.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Not quite what I mean, Mind Blessed. Alright, now, let's see here. I mean, they had a voice actor for Braun. Why'd they have to not have him be voiced? So, in case you want to know what re-origination looks like, because we are about to see re-origination in action, this is the level of technology the Titans have at their disposal. Like I said, atomic restructuring is really the only way to describe it properly. Because, yeah. All they need is the blueprint. And some spare matter. I suppose you're right, Starker. This is the technology the Keepers have at their disposal.
Inquiring minds just got to know.
That's true, we did see it in Badlands as well. I just think this is more visually impressive, even though technically what happened at Badlands is more impressive. Well, now you just look at that. Of course, I had a hunch this is what we'd find. I had no idea about the organic transformation, though, I admit. There's more to this old relic than I dared to hope. Well, laddie, half of me wishes I could stick around for a while and take around the sights with you. I've seen some mighty amazing things in my day, but this here takes the cake. Sadly, a bit of research to do on these discs before I make way to Halls of Origination. You seem to be worth your salt. Perhaps you'd like to tag around and see how a real archaeologist works.
The truth is out there.
So, it's time to escort Braun. Alright then, follow me! Our destination's over here, by the way. The Halls of Origination lie east of here in the desert sands of Tanaris. It's near the desert sands of Tanaris. It's a bit of a walk, so I guess get moving. My back may be a wee bit stiff from being stuck in that coffer for so long. Bear with me if I'm a little bit slow. Anyone remembering Halls of Stone yet? For those of you not aware, Braun used to walk in his escort through Halls of Stone. They patched it so he would run instead. And they had to make fun of it here. Stay close now. You never know when Deathwing's agents might be swooping in and putting an early end to our quest. Yeah, Pax and I were like, oh my god, they're going to make us escort him all the way to the Halls of Origination. I'm just pulling your leg, lad. The slow walking, always good for a laugh. You go on ahead. I'll meet you there as soon as I get these discs decrypted. And then he rushes off. Oh, we're actually going to finish Uldum today. Yay! Actually, hang on. Ah, I changed my mind too late. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm already here. Or that could happen. Damn it, this is why I should have changed my mind earlier. Hang on, hang on. No, Darker. We still have to do... might as well commit to it at this point. We still have to do Deep Holm and then the Twilight Highlands. There we go. And then the end of Kata, which is some quests in addition to just raids and dungeons. Nice touch, by the way. That area that was re-originated down there, you can still see how green and lush it is. That's the spot we were hunting foxes at, which was barren and dead. Nice touch. Is Cho'Gall immortal? No. In fact, he is super dead. He is ultra dead, one might even say. He's rotting at the bottom of a pit. Along with his friend, the dragon. Oh my god, Necro, seriously. Anyway, so it's time to go do the Halls of Origination. Some people liked this dungeon, and some people hated this dungeon for the exact same reason. Because of the fact that it actually has a fairly large number of bosses, and is rather dense. Like, it's not actually that long, it's just there's lots and lots of dungeons here. Now, that's actually a good question, Junkies. I personally think those were actually built by the Tol'vir, but they might have been built by the Keepers. I'm not sure, though. It seems weird for the Keepers to build statues of their servitor races, you know what I mean? The Tol'vir, on the other hand, would have had 10,000 years in order to craft those statues. So, welcome to the Halls of Origination. You already know what this place is, right? Constructed by the great titans, the Halls of Origination are filled with ancient relics. And the fearsome guardians that protect them. Rumors abound the complex also contains a devastating weapon, capable of reordering all life on Azeroth. Deathwings has moved to obtain this terrifying device through his agent, Alakir, the Windlord. Thus far, the facility's communication systems have been fully corrupted, but the weapon inside continues to elude Deathwing's grasp. By the way, to make it clear, this is specifically the thing that Algalon was actually going to be using. Algalon himself didn't have the power to re-originate the planet. He was just going to activate this device, the one in here. I'm not sure, Darker. Theoretically, Cho'Gall probably could be brought back. I would rather he not. But I will admit, based on what you said, and I agree with you, given the fact that he's also part old god at this point, him being brought back would not actually be too out of bounds. This is the Temple Garden on Hur. In the final days of the Hull Origination's use by Titanic forces, the Temple Garden was endowed with the willpower needed to wield the light. Thus empowered, he was charged with judging the purity of those that enter the facility.
Turn back, intruders! These halls must not be disturbed. What have you done?
I've killed you. Just like I killed those gnomes. I admit I really like the Halls of Origination. This is a great dungeon. It's got Egyptian high-tech aesthetic, first of all. There's a lot of cool lore in here. There's a lot of cool boss mechanics in here, which I'm kind of zooming through, of course, because I'm really low on time. I'm basically going to finish doing this and then run to the bathroom and get ready and go, is how this is going to work out. But, I mean, we're right here at the end. I'd kind of like to finish up. So, There's a couple of optional bosses here, too. If memory serves. Yep, memory does indeed serve. Meanwhile, my chat is talking about Star Wars. And yes, we're going to be fighting Marigar's twin. This is one of the very, very few times you could actually fight a boss mounted. I don't mean a vehicle, like you could fight him while mounted. This is the closest we have ever seen to mounted combat in WoW. Is this upcoming boss. You mean my favorite character? My favorite character is the one you're staring at right now, Thrace. This is my main. This has been my main since BC. My warrior, who is primarily a tank, but is occasionally Fury. Yeah, this is my main, absolutely. Now, amongst my alts, my favorite alts are, and I mean seriously, in no particular order, my Death Knight, my Mage, and my Hunter. And my Paladin, excuse me, and my Paladin. Occasionally I heal on my Druid. Sometimes I don't. I believe those are Vrykul skeletons, yes. Which makes sense, given the fact that we know that there were, in fact, Vrykul down here. In this area. See? Clearly Vrykul skeletons. And you could call that just an aesthetic thing, but I don't think it is. Because, again, we know the Vrykul were down here. By the way, this is a good example of what I mean by, hopefully, Shmadov, about the techno-Egyptian thing. Look at that. It's literally a pyramid that has giant pipes, machine pipes, pumping energy into it. Look at that. It just looks so cool. I love the aesthetic of this. Anyways, this is the Earthrager Ptah. Outside Earthrager Ptah's tomb, the sand is littered with the bones of creatures purified by Anhur. It is said Ptah can bend these remains to his will and send them against beings who manage to elude the facility's first line of defenses.
More carrion for the swarm.
Down you go.
Is no more.
Yeah, I always get a Stargate feel when I go through this section. One of the things that I feel is interesting to point out is the Keepers were so serious about defending this facility that they were willing to use things they probably otherwise wouldn't be. In case you're not paying attention, this is a place that is defended by massive stone guardians, undead, and manipulation of otherwise energies the Keepers shouldn't use, like void energies. That's pretty significant, I think. It kind of shows how severe and serious the Keepers took the defense of this place. Bron! There you are. More carrion for the swarm, Necro, is what he said.
Inquiring minds just got to know. Right, let's go. Just need to input the final entry sequence into the door mechanism, and... that did the trick. The control room should be right behind this. Oh, wow.
The achievement for this place kind of sucked. To this room.
What? This isn't the control room. There's another entire defense mechanism in place, and the blasted rock trogs broke into here somehow. Trogs. Why did it have to be trogs?
Could be Zakuras.
Okay. Let me think a moment.
Yeah.
Mirrors pointing all over the place. 4 platforms with huge elementals. I got it! I saw a tablet that mentioned this chamber. This is the Vault of Lights. Okay, simple enough. I need you adventurers to take out each of the 4 elementals to trigger the opening sequence for the far door.
Not that this is anything new.
1 down!
But the Keepers were also willing to enslave elementals to add to their defenses of this area. We're about to fight Neferset. The Neferset Maintenance Unit was created to man the inner workings of the Halls of Origination. In the event the entire facility was contaminated by foreign entities, Neferset would access programs designed to annihilate the intruders by any means necessary.
Another 1 down! Just look at those light beams! They seem to be connecting to the far door!
Do, 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 do. The achievement for this is to do this very quickly, basically, if you're wondering. That could be Sakuras. That's a good point.
One more elemental to go!
Considering
the
these
door is almost open!
Considering these guys literally are powering the mirrors that we are using to generate the door here, that actually kind of makes more sense. I think I like that idea better, Sakuras. That this is literally, that these are type 1 elemental constructs rather than actual elementals. Just empowered with the 4 elements to serve as another defense mechanism. This is like layer 3 now of defenses, by the way. Layer 4 if we're counting that curse. So the light beams all unify.
That's it! You've done it! The vault door is opening! Now we can... Oh, no!
Here's layer 6 of the defenses now.
This unit has been activated outside normal operating protocols. Downloading new operational parameters. Download complete. Full unit self-defense routines are now active. Destruction of foreign units in the system shall now commence. Purge of unauthorized entities commencing.
Down you go.
Onrafet unit shutting down.
Excuse me, Onrafet is apparently the name.
We've done it! The control room is breached!
Whee! You coming, Baron? I don't have forever. God, I want to shake the hands of whoever drew this place. I know it's more than one person.
Ooh, here we go. Now this should only take a moment.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Ah, right. Okay, he's going to be sorry, I don't have the quest. He's going to be working on that for a bit, while we go further in and try to activate the constructs. Now you might be like, well, what are the constructs? Well, let me tell you what the constructs are. Like the energy pipes again, by the way. I'm only going to talk about these bosses because I'm really strapped for time. There's nothing really to show off. They don't have lions. There's nothing interesting about them. Well, maybe I can go kill you. Maybe I can go kill him. But so this is... Okay, so... First, Satesh, Construct of Destruction. Given the purpose of the Halls of Origination, the Titans deemed it necessary to create Satesh, a construct who holds sway over the powers of destruction. Should Satesh fall to corruption, the results would be disastrous. He channels the power of the Void. That's what they mean when they say destruction. Hey, look, it's one of the Void Lords, guys. Ooh. Well, I just beat the Void Lords. So yeah, he looks really cool. He's an Anubisath that is actually pulsing with violet energy.
You fear that which you cannot control. But can you control your fear?
Yeah.
Yes. Harness your hatred.
The next one would be Isis set, construct of, or no, I'm sorry, Amune, construct of life. Although designed to reduce Azeroth to its base elements, the reordering system inside the halls of origination also creates new life. We've seen this. To that end, the construct Amune regulates the natural energies coursing through the facility to ensure that life will exist on the reforged Azeroth. Obviously the druidic, if you will, energies. Note that they actually have nymphs here, dryads, who have just been here tending to this for God knows how long. 10,000 years!
This chamber will flourish with your life energy.
Another Anubisoth, by the way. Just different design slightly.
The cycle continues.
I'm not even going to mention the obvious Egyptian mythology thing here. Let's just accept it as there and move on. Isiset is the next one. The construct of magic. Arcane. Isiset serves to regulate the arcane energies contained within and produced by the Halls of Origination. Legend has it this construct has become enraptured with her own arcane mastery, the perfection of which it seemingly endows within her. Also, this is kind of neat. So we've got Arcane, Druid, Void, and Light. The only things we're actually missing here are Undeath and Fel, and really it makes sense that the Titans, excuse me, the Keepers would not use those. So this is probably my favorite of the fights in here, by the way. Which we will not be showing off.
Gaze to the heavens. What do you see?
Not sure why I cut off her voice acting there, but what she says as her death quote is, "My luster wanes." Now it's time to go after Raj, the construct of the sun. Raj oversees the energies that have both sparked life and snuffed it out an untold number of his kin. Considered the mightiest of his fellow constructs, Raj holds the power to unleash the fury of 1,000 suns upon Azeroth. I think that might be a slight exaggeration, because I understand how much energy is in a sun. Exactly, Zakuras. Unlike Fel, which is innately corruptive to utilize, Void is... Well, actually, it might not be, because, see, Fel can be channeled without being corrupted. We've actually seen that. Demon Hunters and Warlocks both can manage that. So... Well, actually, ironically, Ra is someone completely separate to this guy. Ra Den, that is to say.
Defilers, wretches, fiends, be gone from here.
This guy is basically just a massive gear check of a boss, really. Do your healers geared up? Are your tanks geared up? Are your DPS geared up? Otherwise...
Blazing rays of light, take me!
He's pretty easy. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you the last cutscene. The good news is it's a crap cutscene, so I'm just going to tell you what it is. Braun comes up and he's like, "I've did it! I figured out how to control the device, and I will shut it down." And so he activates it, and we see the Halls of Origination turn on, and the beams of light go into the sky, and then it comes back to Braun, and he's like, "Ah, I did it!" And the Halls of the re-origination weapon is deactivated permanently. At least I think it was permanently. Let me double check that really quick. And yes, this is a dungeon. This is a 5-man, not a raid. Hang on a second. There we go. Yep, this is it. Blah 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 blah. Oh, it doesn't say. Okay, so I'm assuming it's deactivated permanently. But it might not be. Either way, it is deactivated. And we win. And thus, the world is saved in an adventurous fashion. And then we're done with Uldum. Tomorrow, when we get back into it, the next planned location we will be going to is actually Deepholm. Some people hate Deepholm. I am not one of those people. I actually enjoy Deepholm. So I hope you'll forgive my enjoyment of the zone. Regardless, I gotta get going, like I said, guys. So, see you around.